rise and face means. Alohu. Alohu. Rashada Hello Malaya Botenu Yako. I talk about those questions, make up about those Shemeka along my head. With Shaman Bene Israel, Al Shabbat, Ba So Al Shabbat, they go to Tane Ola. Bene Israel, O to the Ola. Kisha Shekma Masab, Al Shaddai, Wa Shemaim, Wherever I is, O Bayum must be Shabbat, Wa Nabash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Turateka, Baruch Ushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlo, Lo Mahe, Baruch Shem Kabo Makuto, Lo Mahe, Baruch Kabo Lohim Min Kumo, Legayon, Anu, Lo Mahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. Shebu. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, mother in Israel, visitors. I say unto you, talking about forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
This day, this special day comes every 7 days. This is a special day that comes every 7 days. You see how the people acknowledge their festive occasions, acknowledge their Christmas, acknowledge their Thanksgiving,
don't miss it,
and how joyful they are with their pagan holidays.
They look forward to it.
And how they look forward to these pagan holidays, how they look forward to their birthdays. We have to learn to start receiving or forming or getting the same feelings that you feel for these pagan holidays. I gotta build those feelings within myself to have those same feelings for the day that God gave us a command to observe and reverence and have respect for and honor. I have to look forward to the Shabbat. We gotta look forward to these things, man. We gotta look forward to this. That's when you're into it. That's when you're into these laws, into these commandments, into these statutes. That's when you begin to delight in these laws. And when you're into these laws, then guess what happened? Now, by me being into what God accepts, now God got the scope on me. Now God has his attention towards me. I had gotten the Creator's attention. I have gotten his attention. I am regarded. Now God has regarded me. Why? Because I regard the things that he regards. I accept the things that he accepts. I love what God said to love. And I hate what God said to hate. And if God don't accept it, I don't have to accept it. If God don't accept it, I don't have to accept it. That's when you know when you're one with God. Do I accept the things that God accepts? Do I hate the things that God hates? Huh? Do I rejoice when God said to rejoice? Do I get happy for what God said to be happy for? We get happy and we rejoice for the wrong things. That tells you your mindset. That tells me your mindset. And you have a whole lot of work to do on yourself. On yourself. On yourself. Are we acknowledging that we have work to do on ourselves? Yeah. We don't acknowledge that. We really do not acknowledge that. And we want God to accept us the way we is. We want God to accept us the way we is, but this book gives you a train of thought. This book, reading this book gives you a train of thought, tells you how to think and what not to, and how not to think. So because when you think one way, it's going to show in your actions. When you think one way, then you will begin to show emotions towards things that God hates. Then you're going to show your emotions towards things that God hates. And God said it's okay with it, but you hate it. You know it's not okay with you. It's not okay with you, but it's okay with God. Approbation. You know what approbation is? To declare formally, to make a formal declaration out of your mouth. Where you stand with God, man? Where do you stand with God? When a person stands 1,000% with God, they start voicing and start running their mouth, man. They start talking. They start talking. And they start talking. And they start talking. Then the one whose mind is not made up with God looking at you. Like you're a weirdo. No, you're the weird one. I'm showing where I stand with God. I'm showing you who I'm with. Where do you stand? I don't hear nothing coming out of your mouth yet. That's why, look, man. But that's not something to be rushed into. That's not going to happen overnight. Let's get that clear. That does not happen overnight. It comes in time. Depending on how much work you put in for God, depends on how fast you start believing. You start believing, and then when you start believing these things that you read and these laws and these commandments, now you start making declarations. You start talking. He start running his mouth and start saying some straightful, hard words. To where certain things, when my pop said, I might look at me, man, that's hard, man. I said, man, that's hard. That's hard. To where nobody even think like that. Told God, he said, man, oh Most High, if I turn away from your laws, remember my iniquities from my youth. Told God that, man, if I turn away from you, from down, if I turn away from your laws, remember my iniquities from my youth. That's hard words, man. That's hard words. That ain't nothing to just be playing around and saying, but that comes in time. You know when he said that? He started getting gray, older, and getting more grounded, in God. In the beginning, you ain't saying that. You still got doubts. You still playing around, riding the wave, in and out, battling with yourself. Yeah, because deep down inside, you ain't sure. Deep down inside, like Chief said, in the scrotum. He said, you ain't sure.
Hold between two opinions.
You ain't sure. You undecided. You wavering. You fluctuating between opinions and thoughts. Right in the fence, sister said. So when you start to fluctuate between opinions and thinking patterns and all these things, now you start asking questions that is not of the book. Comparing it to your past. That's why when you come to serve this God, I got to let go. We have to learn to let go of what we was taught in our past. God told Israel, he said, listen, man, don't go back. He said, don't go back to Egypt. Don't go back there. But as soon as things ain't go right, that's the first spot, first place, Israel. Look, they ain't even hesitate. He said, man, listen, let's appoint a captain.
Right then and there.
And let's go on back to Egypt. That's look, man, they fed us over there, man. We ate good. We ate good over there. The fish, the leeks, the melons, and the onions. We ate good over there. Let's go on back. Let's go on back. Because besides all the heavy burdens, it went down over there too. It went down over there. And they loved it there. They loved it. That's why they always went back. But one of the ways of serving this God, you got to learn to let go. Let go of your past and let go of every thorn and thistle that's going to pluck you and stick you and detour you away from serving God, which is family. That's the number one. Family. Because they're going to come and try and detour you and pull you away from serving God because this is new. Every Thanksgiving, you'll see empty. Every Christmas, there's no gathering with me there. So they start looking at you weird. That's what serving God does. That's what doing these laws does. It breaks up families.
It's going to happen.
It breaks up families. And determine on your belief tells me whether you're going to tell your brother or your sister or your mother or your father how you're living right now.
Stand on it.
And stand on it. Well, listen, Pops, listen, Dad, I don't live that way no more. Dad gonna say, what you mean? Mama gonna say, what you mean? Your sisters and your brothers, they're gonna say, what you mean? What are you talking about? Now you gotta start explaining. Now you gotta start explaining and showing them, well, I live according to the laws and the commandments and the statutes of the living God. Those laws that you read in Exodus 20, he said, that's what I live by now. I am ordering my life according to what God says. You're going to blow their mind. You're going to blow their mind.
Oh, yeah.
Those pagan holidays, well, sister, mother, father, I don't read that in the book, so I don't celebrate. What? Yeah.
That's going to rock.
Are we supposed to be living according to the Bible, Ma? Yeah. But have you ever read about a Christmas or Thanksgiving in the Bible? No. So why are we celebrating? What is the origin of these pagan festivities? We just a bunch of followers, man. That's all we do is follow people, and we do that damn good. Yeah, we do it the best.
We do it better than the heathen.
We do it better than them. That's all we do is follow. Man, listen. Man, we some good followers. Some good followers. But the laws of God puts a separation. Following these laws, commandments, and statutes puts a separation. Following these laws, commandments, and statutes gives you a different type of thinking. You think differently. So when you say, oh, I don't do this, everybody
heard that.
Looking at you like you're the weirdo.
Wow, what happened?
You're the weirdo.
But why you don't do it?
Because you don't do it.
That's how it goes.
Because you don't do it. Let's go into the law. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 32. Let's go to Deuteronomy 32. This is still, man. Pursuing these laws and getting godly and trying to be holy is a task. It's work that each and every person has to put in on oneself, because there's going to come a time when weakness start to set in. Yeah. You don't remain strong 24/7 now. I'm not going to feed you no fairy tales. It's going to come a time where weakness set in. Now I got to hold myself. I got to hold myself and stay fervent to God and strengthen myself and gather myself in my strength. Because there's come a time when you get weak. When every soul gets weak. Go ahead, let's read.
Deuteronomy chapter 32.
Uh-huh.
Give ear, O ye heavens, and I will speak.
Give ear, O ye heavens, and I will speak. Go ahead.
And hear, O earth, the words of my mouth.
Look, the Creator don't go back on His word, man. What God says, to establish a matter, you need 2 or more witnesses. Mm-hmm. You can't establish no matter with 1 witness. You can't establish no matter by hearsay. You can't establish no matter like that by rumors, by what this person said. You ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing. But you're saying an awful lot. You're giving a lot of information, partner, but you ain't seen nothing. That's not godly. These laws shows you what is or how to be godly, how to be holy. And you need 2 or more witnesses, man. You don't have 2 or more witnesses to establish a matter, then I got to leave that alone. I got to leave that alone. What God called? God said, He called the heavens, right? He said, then he called for the earth. He said, hear these words that's coming out of my mouth. Go ahead, read.
My doctrine shall drop as the rain.
My doctrine. What is a doctrine? Lequak. Doctrine meaning teachings, knowledge, wisdom. He said, my doctrine shall drop. Shall drop what? As the rain, right? Teachings is what? An accepted set of belief to make to know the disagreeable consequences of some actions.
Disagreeable.
That's a teacher. It just gave you a description of a teacher. The teacher shows you right from wrong. And he tells you the consequences of when you violate the law. But the person that don't agree with God look at you and say, why you got to keep saying that? Make me want to throw the whole dresser on this dude. What do you mean? That's what the book is for. To show me the do's and the don'ts. What not to do and what to do. For crying out loud. Oh my gosh. These people don't agree with God. That's the problem. You come up on the beamer and teach this. Thou shalt not. A man dishonor his father and mother, kill him, stone him with stones. Oh, you're cruel. I just can't agree with that.
I don't agree with that part.
I don't agree with that part. A man steal from another man, he stole and took the man ox in the sheep. He got to pay back 5 oxen and 4 sheep. I don't agree with that. That's cruel.
I said, but why oxen? Why so much?
Check yourself, man. Check yourself. Check yourself. Always ready to voice your disagreements. But your disagreements ain't with me. Like Moses told the nation of Israel. He said, your murmurings ain't with me, O nation. He's facing millions of people. He said, man, your murmurings is not with me. Your murmurings is with God. Let's get that straight, man. Every time you murmur against what I'm doing, because I am
emanating and putting forth the word of God. I'm an ornament for God. That's like a father have a son, and he carries out the father's orders. And by the son carrying out the father's orders, the other brother look at him and tell him, get out of here. You just told your father to get out of here. You say, hey, wait a minute. Abba said. Wait a minute. Ima said. That pipes everything down. What? Abba said? All right, what's the problem? I'm all ears now. I gotta hear what's going on. Oh, Ima said, oh, what's the problem? Okay. Oh, Ima said that? I said, all right, no problem. Oh, God said that? Oh, no problem. These people are stubborn, man. They have a stubborn and an obstinate heart. And they refuse to cut that stubbornness out. They refuse to cut that part, that part of the heart that's rotting, that's spoiling with what's that? Little spots and stuff forming on that part. Dew and then mold and all that. Mildew. But guess what God said? He said the strange gods of the people is in them. It's a part of them. That's why once these strange and foreign gods is a part of you, you can't let it go. There's no way you letting it go. There's no way you're going to cut it out. I don't care how many times I read and say, thou shalt not. And God said, change come from within. Remember that. Yeah. Changes come from within. I could show you everything on the outside. Yeah. I could be in witchcraft doing everything. But God looks and tries the heart and see that this man or this woman can change because he see it inside of you. Yeah. You see it inside.
Right.
I be afraid of people like that, man. I'm afraid of people like that has the courage to voice disagreement with what they read in that book. Man, you out of your mind, man. You out of your mind. You must be out of your mind, man. You crazy, man. You are crazy. You're nuts. You're nuts. Nuts. And when you could voice disagreement with God like that, there's no hope for that person, man. There is no hope for you. No hope. Yeah, believe that. Let's believe that. Because when you voice disagreements, you don't believe everything that you read here. You believe this, you disagree with that. You believe this, I disagree with the other. Or I go with this. No, man. No, let's go. Now, hold on. Right? Now, to instruct by precepts. That's what a teacher does. Instruct by precepts. They teach and instruct by examples. And they teach and instruct by experience. Okay? What are precepts? Precepts is a general rule to regulate behavior or thoughts. And that's what the laws of God does. It regulates your behavior. It regulates your thinking pattern. It regulates how you is. God don't like it. I got to pull away. That's the mentality that we all need to acquire to oneself. God don't like it. Pull away. Pull away. Pull away, man. Pull away. Right? Now, he said, my speech shall distill as the dew, as the small rain upon the tender grass, herb, and as the showers upon the grass. But I will publish the name of the Lord. That's right. Publish
We'll put it out there.
means, the word for publish is quadet. Quadet means to proclaim. He said, I will proclaim the name of God. Don't be afraid to speak up for God. Don't be afraid to tell your mother and your father, listen, I serve God, I do these laws, I live listen, man, don't be afraid of that.
Right, brothers and your sisters.
Don't be afraid of that, man. To declare something one considers, but in order to declare such a thing, in order to proclaim the name of God, that person has to consider it important. How important? How important do you take this? How important do you take this way of life? Now, because I take this way of life important and serious, now that's when you start making declaration. One sister came to me and said, are you angry? Are you angry? I looked at her like she's a damn fool. Are you angry? What do you mean if I'm angry? That's what the word of God does to me, man. That's what the word of God does to me. It gets me overly excited. The word of God excites me.
Fires you up.
It starts a fire in me that wasn't there. It put a key in my back. Ignites my battery. Ignite. Ignition. Flame on. And the flame turned from 0 all the way to 1,000. And you looking like, wait, where is this burst of energy coming from?
It only burned the wicked.
But like the brother just said, it only affects wicked people that have not decided to serve God, and they ain't not. Those type of people ain't gonna have the same feeling like you. They're not gonna feel the same way about the situation like you. That's why when you say certain things that's in the book, maybe you might have one, but it's mind blowing and all excited and exuberant, and everybody with a dull face. Look at like what you just said. You didn't catch it. You ain't getting it. You just sitting there and taking up a spot for someone else. There goes the door. You can walk out, man. Go on. And everybody else that think like you. There goes the door. Because God said choose. Life or death. Good or evil. He said, but choose life so that thou and thy seed may live. You and your seed, man. He said to declare something one considers important with emphasis. Emphasis. That's why that's the reason why you see a person speak with such energy and emphasis and strength and get so excited. Right? He said, because I will publish the name of God. He said, ascribe ye greatness unto our God. When you ascribe something, greatness to God, or you're ascribing greatness to a person, you give them their flowers. You're giving them their flowers. He said, man, my God is good. All merciful and compassion, pitiful. Man, listen. He saved it. Look, you start glorifying God, man.
That's right.
You start glorifying God. You pick him up. That's part of glorifying.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
He is the rock. His work is perfect.
He said he is the rock. Mm-hmm.
His work is perfect.
His work is perfect.
Right.
Ooh.
His work is perfect. Let's name some of the work of God. The creation. I said the creation.
That's right.
Huh? When he created man and woman. When he created the earth and the heavens and everything that's in it. When he came up with these holy laws, holy and godly laws. Oh, you got to start looking at these laws as perfect.
Truth and facts.
And it's factual. And it's truth.
Truth and facts.
And whatever you don't agree with, there's nothing wrong with voicing it. Well, you know what? I don't disagree. I disagree with it. I disagree with this, but I have to train myself to agree with what God agrees.
That's the correction.
Right.
I have to train. We have to train ourselves to agree with what God agrees with.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Let's go. He said his work is perfect.
For all his ways are judgment.
The ways of God, all the ways of God is of judgment. Go ahead, read.
A God of truth.
A God of truth.
Without iniquity.
Without iniquity.
Just and right is
Just
he.
and right is he. Iniquity, meaning injustice, to be unfair. Right? What is injustice? Violation of rights of others. Right? Violation of the rights of others. Isn't that what the law is about?
Right.
Your right, when I violate your right by stealing from you. When I violate your right by messing with your wife. When I violate your wife, your right by taking your land. Couple acres away from your land, because all these, that's when you violate a person's right. When you go against these laws. Because the laws of God tells us how we should treat each other. What I shouldn't do to you, what you shouldn't do to me. What I should do to you, and what you should do to me. But we went against those things. We went against all these laws that we read in here. And this is the reason why God spewed us and kicked us out of the land and scattered us all over the place. Dispersed us. All over the place. We have been dispersed and scattered. All over. All over.
Yes, Lord.
While he scattered the nation of Israel, guess what was behind them? The sword.
Famine.
Pestilence.
Cursing.
One more. Wild beasts. To bereave you of your own seed. That's what God did to us. And it's up to you to accept it. It's up to you to accept it. Accept your punishment and acknowledge why God did this to you. Because we turned against his laws. We turned against him by going against his laws, commandments, and statutes. That's why God did that. That's why God did that. So don't come asking why. Why are we going? Why? I tell you why. I tell you the ground, the very base of why all this is happening now. Go ahead.
Well, they have corrupted themselves.
Hold on, my bad. Now, what is iniquity, right? Being in injustice. Unfair. What is unfair? Unfair is when you're not free from self-interest. One's own advantage. All right? I do this only to benefit myself. That's why I did this, because it benefits me. I'm not looking for you or what benefits you, and it's my stuff. It's my product. But I gave you advice only to benefit myself. You got injustice in you. You got wrong, injustice, and you're unfair, and you can't serve God. Notice the qualities that it takes to serve God. And when you have these qualities, you can't serve God. There are certain qualities you need to have to serve this God. Realize that.
Yeah.
And there are certain qualities that if you do have it, you can't serve him. You can't do these laws. You're not able to do these laws. All right? Now, righteous. He said, being in accordance with what is just. In accordance meaning to be agreeable. You got to agree with what God said is just. You got to agree with what God said is good. Not according to what you say is good. Not according to what you say is not right. God said it's okay. And you know how many times I try to tell people and say, listen, man, I wasn't brought up that way. My father ain't raised me that way. To teach according to what the people like. To teach according so that I don't offend people.
Right.
I can't teach like that. And that's not how I was raised and brought up. I'm going to bring the law. If it bites you in your thigh, well, hey, the ointment is the law. It'll heal.
That's right. Yeah.
Agree with it.
Agree. Don't bug it. Because when you bug it, guess what happens? The wound spreads. When you continue to disagree with God, the wound spreads. And when it spreads, guess what happens when it spreads? It gets worse. Guess what happens when it spreads? It gets worse. Next time, some people may gather some maggots. You keep disagreeing, maggots starts to form inside the womb and start to get putrefied. Now, guess what happens when it starts to get putrefied and it dies? You got to cut it off. Ain't that a hell of a parable? I love that parable. That's a hell of a parable. That's a hell of a parable. You cannot continue to disagree with God, man, because the poison spreads and it's going to get worse and get worse and get worse. And as it keeps getting worse, it's going to corrode and you ain't going to have that leg no more. That's when you're cut off. You can't grow back another leg. That's when God hedge up the way and block your path to where you can't come back. Now, you and this dude end up getting into a strife or a debate where there's a separation. God has gotten this petrified, corroding Negro away from you. He's petrifying, he's putrefying, he's corroding and spoiling inside. The wound is growing. God don't get him away. And that goes for everybody. Everybody. Male and female. Male and female, man. Tom Sheet.
They have corrupted themselves. Their spot.
They have corrupted themselves. We have corrupted ourselves. The word for corrupt is shakat, shin, het, tau. It means corrupt. It means to be destroyed. It means to be marred. And it also means to be ruined. So when you're marred, you detract from the wholeness or perfection of. To detract means to pull away. When you're pulling away from God, you ain't going to accept this. You can't accept this. Man tell you the Lord, the thou shalt, and God said that you're going to pull away. Because your spirit, not your bodily form, but your spirit is marred.
That's where the corruption is.
The spirit, that's where the corruption is at. In your spirit. In every situation, you can always revert back to Cain and Abel. When God said, he said, if you do good, Cain, he said, man, I will exalt you. He said, but if thou doest not good, then sin lieth at your door, and unto thee shall it be desired. It's going to desire you. And it's going to keep desiring, and your desire for the things that is against God will get stronger and stronger and stronger because you ain't doing what God said to counter it. And the only way to counter it is taking heed to these laws. Ruling your spirit. But you can't rule your spirit if you don't get your strength from God.
You have to be strong.
Two things. You can strengthen your spirit and you can weaken your spirit. You strengthen your spirit by taking heed to all the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God. And you weaken your spirit by going against. By going against. That's it. That's it. I can't say it no plain. Nothing, right? To ruin means to subject. I subject you to destruction. Right? As an example, which means from here on in, your whole life is going to be about destruction and turmoil. Right? That's an example. Right? Ruin, to subject to frustration. When God ruins you, He subject you to frustration, failure, and disaster. Right? What is frustration? To induce feelings of discouragement. You know what discouragement is? When He discourages you away from doing His laws. You come up with opinions and a reason why I cannot come to teachings. Because really and all, you don't want to be here.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
Really and all, you don't want to be here. Claro. Es verdad. Es verdad. So now, you come up with reasons why you don't want to be here. Excuses. Like the leaders and the heads in the nation said, an excuse
Ain't nothing
but a lie.
Okay.
Ain't nothing but a lie. That's all it is. But God has induced these feelings of discouragement because of my iniquities. So that you can pull yourself away. Now you become estranged.
That's estranged.
Now you become estranged.
Used to be close.
Used to be close. Where love was formerly, where love was formerly was.
My estranged wife.
Failure. To lose strength. To weaken. You ever look at a person and say, man, I remember when this brother, man, he ain't never did this. Now look at him. He's doing it now. What is he doing in his life that's causing him to do such a thing? I remember when that brother never go outside without his garment. But look, he go out without his garment now. What are you doing in your life that's causing me to feel comfortable going out in the street without my robe? You know, that's how my pops looked at himself. He said, wait a minute, man. And then he used himself for an example and called everybody. He said, hey, everybody, come on over here. See, I think it's a game. You think it's a game? You think I don't get weak? Huh? You think I don't get weak? He said, what am I doing outside without my robe? He said, but the difference between me and you, I caught myself. And I went back upstairs and put it back on. That's right. He stayed on himself 24. You cannot accomplish this if you don't stay on yourself 24/7. You got to stay on yourself, man. Because there's going to come a time when you look at the shelf and you start looking at the cheesecake. Cheesecake. The best cheesecake in the world. And them Negroes from Philadelphia made it known too. What's the name of that group? What's the name of that? I forgot the name of Puff Daddy. Made them go all the way to Junior's to get cheesecake. The band. Cheesecake. You ain't gonna resist no cheesecake. That's a bad man jamma.
Love the
Yeah.
Junior cheesecake.
But because of the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God, I pull away from that, and I don't want no cheesecake.
That's right.
I do not deny it.
You know why I don't want no cheesecake? Because I don't know what's in the cheese. The cheese has enzymes in it. Cheese has enzymes in it,
And it has died.
made with pork and animal.
Pork enzymes.
Okay, you have pork enzymes, you have vegetable enzymes. Right? Cow cheese, gotta try and stay away from the cow cheese. Gotta try and stay away from it. Gotta stay away from it. Because during the pasteurization, forget about the pasteurization, they put the cows on a rape rack. Everybody knows about the rape rack, Google it. And they put them on machines to milk the cow. The cow don't develop with so much milk. All the milk's gone. They on the rape rack still getting jerked.
And no more milk coming
Ain't
out.
no more milk coming out. That blood and pus is leaking out. And they take all that and put it in the cheese and make, listen, man, don't you even ask yourself where they getting all these cheese to supply the world? Where they getting all this meat to supply the world? Now they gotta add pink slime to the ground beef. Google it.
Process.
Don't take my word for it. Pink
All of it.
slime.
All of it. Got it in
They add pink slime to the meat.
there. It don't come out when you soak it either.
No, that ain't coming out. Forget about that. The last one is failure. No, I got that. Disaster. A sudden calamitous event bringing great damage, loss, or destruction. God put you through that, man. God put you through that. But we got to learn to accept it. Only the righteous and the ones with the determination to serve God would accept that and come to knowledge or be aware. He said, hey, God is doing this. You don't never hear a backslider say God is doing this.
This is for
This Negro blame it on everything else. Except for where the source and where it's coming from. Say, God is doing this because I am coming up short with God. But only a person with the determination to serve God will say such a thing. They ain't gonna say that, man. Every woman ain't gonna say that. I had my mom say that. She said, man, this shit, she said, man, where do you think she learned it from? From her husband. I said, man, God is doing this. I said, this is happening because God is doing this, man. God doing this.
in all things.
All things come from God, good and evil.
Check yourself. Check yourself.
He is the one that allowed Satan to get at Job.
That's right.
God is the one that allowed Satan to get at Job. Because before he allowed Satan to get at Job, he had him surrounded.
Don't touch it.
He had a protection. He had a protection around him, his house, everything that was in his house, man. Everything that was in his house. Go ahead, read.
They have corrupted themselves.
They have
Their
corrupted
spot
themselves.
is not the spot of his children.
Their spot. All right? Their spot. Okay? Okay. Now, go ahead. Their spot is not the spot of their children. Right? Shiket law. Shiket law. Right? Banai Mumam. Okay? His destruction shall not blemish his sons.
Physical defects.
It's a physical defect. The true seed of Jacob that has determined to serve God. He gonna put you through it. put you through certain things, but it ain't gonna blemish you. Your spirit.
Or moral stain.
You know what I mean by blemish your spirit? When you start conjuring up thoughts in your head and saying, well, maybe I shouldn't be here no more, man. Since I started coming to this, man, everything been going haywire. Man, I ain't coming back.
I heard that a lot of times.
I ain't coming back.
I heard that a lot of times. Yeah.
You know how many times you heard that from wretched so-called Israelites? They ain't coming back. Well, don't come back.
You're right. You ain't coming back.
Exactly. Don't come back, John.
That's strong.
See ya. There goes the door.
That's just strong declaration.
Tamshi.
They are a perverse and crooked generation.
They are a perverse and crooked generation. A perverse and crooked generation. And yes, we are. Yes, we are. Very perverse and crooked. Right? When you're perverse, you're contrary. When you're perverse, you're contrary and opposite. You're contrary and opposite to God. Because perverse, when you're perverted, you go against the things that is lawful and right by God, man.
Right.
You're opposite to what God says.
Right.
People look at a pervert and say, oh, a pervert is one that messes with little boys. No, little girls. No, they ain't just a... No, pervert is one that go against a rule or established rule.
Deeper than that.
It's deeper than that. Once you go against, you have perverted the ways of God.
That's right.
Plain and simple.
That's right.
I want to sleep with a man. I have perverted the ways of God.
That's right.
And God said what? Kill him. He said, any man that lies with mankind as with womankind is an abomination to the Lord. He said, stone. He said, he shall be stoned with stones that they die.
Woman too.
Woman cannot be with woman.
That's
It's
right.
the same.
It's the same.
Same violation.
Same violation.
Same penalty.
Same penalty. Let's go.
Do ye thus requite the Lord,
Do
O
ye
foolish
just
people?
what? Do you what?
Do ye thus requite the Lord?
Requite the Lord? What does requite means? The word requite means gamal. Gamal. Gamal in the Hebrew means to repay. Can you recompense? Can you repay God? I ain't got nothing to pay him back with. The only thing God wants is obedience.
That's it.
That's it.
That's all he requires.
That's all it requires. We can't even do that. We can't even do that. He said, do you just requite the Lord? Repay to repay?
O foolish people and unwise,
Uh-huh.
is not he thy father?
Oh, foolish people and unwise. You become unwise when you go against this.
Yeah.
Once you go against the things that is lawful and right by God, you're unwise. You're not wise. You're not too smart, too bright right now. All right? You're not thinking. All right? You're not thinking right now. Sometimes you need to take a back seat, take a deep breath, and gather your thoughts. Stop jumping to the first thing that comes to your head.
Right.
Stop jumping to the first thing that comes to your head. Back up, sit, and breathe. Before you do something against God.
Analyze it.
Analyze the situation before you do something against God.
Right.
Go ahead, read.
Is not he thy father that hath bought thee? Hath he not made thee and established thee?
He said, man, it's not he your father that bought thee, that made thee, and he bought you, he made you, and then he established you.
Made you stable.
So now, when you're established, you're prepared.
Ready.
You are prepared. You are ready to serve God. Your mind is made up. If your mind ain't made up to serve God, you cannot be established. Okay? Firm. Firm means Look, let me go back to prepare. To be put through special process or treatment. God did that to the nation of Israel in the wilderness.
Yeah.
He was preparing them, and he when God is preparing the nation, he put them through certain things, through rough terrains, through certain situations, put them through jail, put them in the hospital, put them here, put them there, put them there. Where you think, man, I ain't getting out. He's preparing you, man. And during those preparations, that's when the fears start to develop, because God harden you and deliver you out of certain circumstances.
Harden you up.
That's right.
That way you only fear him.
That's right. That's right.
That's
Firm. Right? Not weak or undecided. You can't be weak and serve God. Okay? Because when you're weak, you cannot resist the external forces. You're not going to resist the outside forces. You're not going to resist the spirit of sin when those atrocious, volatile thoughts comes to your mind that is against God.
So grab it.
You're going to accept it.
Yeah.
All right? When you're firm, you're, all right, stable.
Stable.
Not changing or fluctuating.
Fixed.
You're fixed.
Right.
You're on a steady motion. And you ain't jumping off it. You ain't up and down. Steady in purpose. And to be steady in your purpose, you're able to resist forces tending to change your mind away from God. Because your mind is made up. Things, listen, we got to realize something, man. Most of you guys are just starting, just coming into the knowledge of who God is. There are heavy forces against you.
Right now.
Right now. There are heavy forces. The forces is against you. Not me.
Yes. Don't want you.
It ain't me. It can't do nothing with me. Because I have a certain amount of ground in me. I'm already certain. I'm already grounded. My mindset is already set. So the forces that's out can't detour me and tell me to go celebrate Christmas.
Right.
It's not going to make me feel bad to go visit my parents during Christmas. It's not going to tell me to go visit my sister all the way in Hoogle land. And it's during the time of Thanksgiving. One thing we got to realize, man. We don't make trips during the heathens' festivities.
That's right. Every country got one.
We don't make trips during heathenistic festivities. Right. Don't go visit your mother and your father during Thanksgiving, during Christmas, because the jolly spirit is going on. And believe me, you're going to have the jolly spirit. And now I'm going to be looking at you with a crooked eye. They had a beer called Crooked Eye. You drink it, your eyes get crooked. Don't drink that beer. Don't drink it. Listen, man. Now I start looking at you different. Because it's not like you didn't hear it. But you don't care about what you heard. All you care is about satisfying yourself. Satisfying yourself. And when you satisfy yourself, guess what? Right? You're unjust and you're unfair because you're dealing with self-interest and you're full of pride. Full of pride, man. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations.
Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations going back in time. Like the song said, let's take it back. Back in the beginning, back into time. And they start playing the oldies and goodies where it formulated and where and how it started. Where it all started from. Let's go back. Some people go back and it take you to your dirty past.
Oh, yeah.
That's when you gotta know where you came from
That's right.
and where you at now. Start making comparisons. That's the word. Start making comparisons with yourself. Start making comparisons with yourself. How I was 10 years or 15 years ago, and how I am now.
Progress or regress.
But in order to do that, you gotta believe
Yeah.
that what you're doing is lawful and right by God.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the only way you're gonna make comparisons with yourself.
The only way you're gonna take like that.
That's the only way you're gonna think like that. That's the only way. Where you at?
The middle of 7.
Go ahead.
Ask thy father,
Ask thy father.
and he will show thee.
Uh-huh.
Thy elders, and they will tell thee. When the Most High divided the nations, their inheritance.
When God divided the nations, he said their inheritance started giving us boundaries and lands. Judah's here, Reuben here, Simeon there, this one here, Dan, Gad, Asher, Zebulon, Issachar. But the only one that didn't have a spot was Lewi. God took Lewi to himself. God took Lewi to himself. Lewi had 3 sons, Gershon, Kohat, and Merari. And those 3 among them had different offices within the
That's
temple.
right. Different occupations. That's right.
Sacrificial the offerings.
It's called.
Some dealt with the utensils. Some dealt with the hangings and the pillar. All right. God took that tribe to himself.
Yeah.
You know why? You know when it all started? He said, when Moses came down, when God was going to wipe out the nation, they made themselves naked according to their shame. You know what was going down at the ground of Mount Sinai? Lewdness. Orgies. Worship to the golden calf. And the only ones that wasn't a part of it was Lewi, the tribe of Lewi, Joshua, and Caleb. They pulled away. They got out. They didn't attend. They didn't stay around, because to attend is to
be present.
It's to worship and to be into it.
Once you're there.
So they separated themselves. They didn't kill them because they wasn't ordered to kill them. You see how important protocol is? Moses didn't tell them to kill those people, so they ain't kill them. They don't care what they doing. He said, I ain't drawing my sword. I gotta wait for the command. We're gonna pull back, wait for Moses to come. And when Moses came down, he said, man, what these people did to you, Aaron? That you made these people sin. He said, what you did? He said, man, you know these people was bent on mischief. You know how they get down. He said, man, the people pressed them. They stepped to him and said, listen, man, get up. They ordered him to get up. He said, make us gods. Because we don't know what's going on with Moses. This dude done went up in the mountain. He could be dead. He said, make it up, make us gods. I'm going to appoint a captain, and we going back to Egypt. He got us here in this wilderness, wandering around with nothing. He said, maybe going back to Egypt, man. Aaron got up, made the golden calf. He did that because more of that was a test, proving grounds to the nation, man. And they failed it. Moses came down from the mountain. Look, the tablets broke. Broke the tablets. He said, who's on the Lord's side, assemble unto me. And all the sons of Lewi joined the side of Aaron, joined the side of Moses. He said, slay everyone his brother. And they went through the whole pack and just started twirling their swords. God took that tribe to himself.
Right.
Go ahead, read.
When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel.
He set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. If it's a small tribe, they get this. I'm not going to give you a big, a large amount, and there's only not amount. You know what I mean? So he set the boundary according to the number of the tribes.
For the Lord's portion is his people.
The Lord's portion is his people. See, God's portion is the nation of Israel. The nation of Israel, read.
Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. He found him in the desert land.
He found him in the desert land.
And in the waste howling wilderness.
The waste howling wilderness. You know why I said the waste howling wilderness? There were actual cold-blooded creatures howling and making screeching sounds.
Oh, yeah.
Screeching sounds, wild animals. But God protected these people in the wilderness of Sinai. Right. Go ahead, read.
He led him about. He instructed him.
He led him about. He instructed him.
He kept him as the apple of his eye.
The apple of his eye. The word for instructed, it says Beit Yodnun, means he gave heed. He considered them. To heed means to pay attention to. To heed means to take notice of. Even though the people went against God and did everything that they did against God, his attention wasn't taken away from the people, man.
Right.
He still took notice to the people, man.
Down for him.
Because even God realized, he said, man, listen, he said, I didn't give you a heart to understand and eyes to see until this very same day. Go ahead.
As an eagle stirreth up her nest,
Uh-huh.
fluttereth over her young, spreadeth abroad her wings, taketh them, beareth
It says
them.
an eagle stirred up her nest. Right? The eagle go to the nest, take the young, took out all the young. They got, that eagle got her whole nest on her wings. Right? Spread abroad her wings, taking them, buried them on her wings, Tamshi.
So the Lord alone did lead him, and there was no strange God with him.
And there was no strange God with him.
Right.
There was no strange God with him.
Nobody, just God alone. That's it.
Are we hearing that, man?
Nobody.
There was no other God with him. There was no other God. God is God by himself. Go ahead, read.
He made him ride on high places of the earth, that he might eat the increase of the fields. And he made him to suck honey out of the rock, and oil out of the flinty rock, butter of kine and milk of sheep, with fat of lambs and rams of bread of the breed of Bashan, and goats with the fat of kidneys of wheat. And thou didst drink the pure blood of the grape. But Yeshurun waxed fat and kicked.
But Yeshurun waxed fat and kicked. Knowing Yash come from the root word Yashad. Yeshurun means upright one. Right? The upright one. That's a name that God gave to the people. At a point in time, the nation of Israel was upright with God. Was upright with God. Right? Go ahead, read.
Yeshurun waxed fat and kicked. Thou art waxing fat, thou art grown thick, thou art covered with fatness. When then he forsook God which made him, and lightly esteemed.
Then he forsook God which made him, and lightly esteemed
the rock of his
salvation. They forsook God. Natash, Nun, Tet, Shin. It means forsook, and it also means to renounce. All right?
I'll do that.
Forsook means to abandon. Right? To renounce means to make formally declare one's rejection. You hear what that is?
Formally renounce.
When you formally renounce or you make formal declaration of what you reject or you reject. You know how many people did that? Oh, I don't agree with that. That's a formal that's formally declaring one's rejection against God. I'm afraid to say such a thing. I don't agree with what? You don't agree with what God said?
You can't talk.
You don't agree with what you read here? Ain't nothing else to talk about, man. Ain't nothing else to talk about. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
They provoked him to jealousy with strange gods.
Oh, yes, we did. Yes, we did provoke God to jealousy. We made God jealous. After everything God done did for you, You done went off and found you another lover.
Oh, man.
Don't that sound like a man that been taking care of his wife for 15 years? Then she start to grow eyes and gain desire for another man. Then you turn around and look at you, find out all these years she's been cheating on you. Then you tell you, say, damn, man. He said, you mean to tell me everything that I've done for you doesn't mean nothing? Everything that I've done for you, it don't mean nothing. You go in the slightest negative reaction caused you and pushed you away to go to someone else. Reminds me of the nation of Israel. But the only difference, God did good to us. God did good to the nation. There ain't nothing negative that came from
good.
God.
Nothing but good.
He did nothing but good. Go ahead.
They provoked him to jealousy with strange gods, with abominations.
They provoked him to jealousy with strange gods,
with abominations. Provoked they him to anger. They sacrificed unto devils.
Sacrifice unto devils, because if the sacrifice and the offerings wasn't to God, it was to devils.
Not to God.
Not to God.
To gods whom they knew not.
The gods whom they knew not.
To new gods that came newly up, whom your fathers feared not. Of the rock that begat them.
Of the rock that begot thee.
Thou art unmindful.
Thou art unmindful. You know what it is to be unmindful? Unmindful means you're not conscious. You don't have a conscience. You're not conscious or aware of what you're doing that may hurt this person. By you going off from God and serving gods of wood and stone, I caused God to be jealous. And I wasn't conscious of my actions that's going to cause God anger to kindle. Wasn't conscious of that. See, the righteous and the man that is determined to serve God has a conscience. And they're going to be conscious and aware of whatever they do to offend God or man.
That's right.
Period.
That's right.
So they say, period. The female said, period. Period. That's what it is. Period. That's it. That's what the godly is, man. The godly does that, man. The godly does that. Whoop, let me bite my tongue. I don't want to say that because I may offend this gray-headed man that's sitting right here. I don't want to offend him. So I'm not going to say certain things that may offend him. I'm not going to say certain things that may offend her. I'm going to bite. Ain't nothing wrong with biting your tongue. I'm not going to do certain things, nothing to offend God. That's a person with conscience, that has a conscience. You will be aware of what you do and say. Period. You're aware of what you do and say. Look at the person don't got he ain't got no lock on his mouth. Everything spreads. Whoa, you shouldn't say that, man. But easy, man. You shouldn't say that. Don't say that, man. It's not good. And you can't be stiff-necked and hard-headed. You got to be able to accept it. Say, well, you know what? Maybe you're right, man. I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. By crying out loud, man. Don't justify yourself in your wrongness. Don't justify yourself. Acknowledge your fault.
That's right.
And change. That's the only way. That's the betterment of your own soul. That's only to better yourself. That's it. You ain't bettering me. You bettering yourself with God. You're bettering yourself with God, not with me. And you don't look like a punk to me. You are bettering yourself with God. Stay focused, the brother said. Tom, see.
Of the rock that begat thee, thou art unmindful.
Of the rock that begot thee, thou art unmindful.
And hast forgotten God that formed thee.
And hast forgotten God that formed thee. You know what's the word for form? Holeka. It means to free you. Has forgotten God that freed you. When in the world did God ever free us? When he delivered us out the hand of the Egyptians. You forgot about that? You really forgot about that.
Lord thy God was brought thee out of the house of bondage.
Tom, see.
And when the Lord saw it, he abhorred them.
And when the Lord saw it, he abhorred them. He detested them. He hated them. Why? Because you don't forgot what God did for you. And you don't hold no regards towards it. You're unmindful. You don't have a conscience. See what God got angry at and what made God detest you and hate you? Because in order to have some type of regard that, listen, I owe God for delivering me out of this place, you need to have a conscience. And this is one of the things that will cause God to frown on you. When you don't have a conscience and you don't acknowledge that what I'm doing and what I'm saying may offend this person. Learn, man. Learn. The book shows us what God frowned at. So when I do things to offend people, God is frowning at you. Always remember that. He's frowning at you. That's what it says here. That's what the book said. He said, because you didn't acknowledge that I freed you out of the land of this, out of Egypt. He said, I abhorred them. I detested them.
And when the Lord saw it, he abhorred them because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them.
You don't want God to hide his face. That's the same thing what God said to Cain. He wasn't getting no most I said, man, he said, God said what God told Cain. He said, I didn't regard Cain. I didn't regard Cain. And therefore, I didn't regard your offering. God hid his face from his offering. He didn't regard him. And because of that, you see the outcome of the whole situation. No. I'm not going to say Cain. There's a better example is Saul. Where God hid his face from Saul. He wasn't getting no answer.
No communication.
He wasn't getting no communication. He wasn't getting no answer and no communication.
No answer when he inquired.
No nothing. No nothing. Right? And you see how he acted.
See what he did.
It got so devious that, man, he said, man, I need an answer. He said, man, listen, man. He said, seek me out to which end door. I need an answer. So said, which end door called up Samuel. He said, why is thou disquietest me? He said, why are you calling me up? He said, man, because he told him why. He said, man, but God hid his, he said, if God hid his face from you, why are you calling me? I can't give you no answer.
Look, man. Look, man. You ain't getting no answer.
Time sheet.
And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be.
He said, I will hide my face from them. Now I'm going to see what your end going to be. I'm going to see what your end going to be like. Because your end ain't going to be good.
For they are a very forward generation. Children.
They are a forward generation. The word for forward is tahipukot. Tahipukot means perverse. Perverse means to be contrary. When you're perverse, you have no faith. Right? The people did not believe. When you don't have faith in God, you don't believe. You don't believe in God. And when you don't believe in God, you don't have no faith. Tom, see?
They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities.
They have moved me to jealousy with that is no God. Go ahead.
They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. I will provoke them to anger.
He said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what the end shall be. They are a very froward generation, children in whom is no faith. They have moved me to jealousy with that
which is not God.
Which is not God. With no God.
That's why.
With idols and deities. And this is why all this transpired and happened. Because we moved God to jealousy, right? He said they have provoked me to anger with their vanities. And I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. Tom, see?
For a fire is kindled in mine anger, and shall burn unto the lowest hell, and shall consume the earth with her increase, and set on fire the foundations of the mountains. I will heap mischiefs upon them. I will spend mine arrows upon them. They shall be burnt with hunger, and devoured with burning heat, and with bitter destruction. I will also send the teeth of beasts upon them, with the poison of serpents of the dust. The sword without, and terror within, shall destroy both the young man and the virgin. The
sword without and terror within shall destroy both young man and the virgin, the suckling also with the man of gray hairs. Nobody's gonna escape. The old man, the old woman, the baby. There's
nobody's exempt.
Nobody's exempt. It's going down. Go ahead, read.
I said, I will scatter them into corners.
I will scatter them into corners. God dispersed us and scattered us all over the place. Go ahead.
I will make the remembrance of them to cease from among men.
I will make the remembrance of them to cease. That's why when you tell a person, he said, what's your religion? And you said, I'm an Israelite. They look at you and say, what's that? They don't know what an Israelite is. So you got to either explain to them what an Israelite is, or just say what they know, a Jew.
That's right. That's right.
But God done erased the memory of a people. Erased, So he said, were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy, lest their adversaries should behave themselves strangely, and lest they should say, our hand is high, and the Lord had not done all this. For they are a nation void of counsel. Right? Neither is there any understanding in them. He said, oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter end. He said, man, if they would only consider their end.
It's only one end.
It's only one end.
You die.
Right? Now, the word for end is acherit. Acherit means you're hereafter. What comes after, or what's gonna happen, or what's going down after you die. After this life. That's what that means. That's your latter end. Go ahead. He said, how should one chase 1,000? Verse 30. And two put 10,000 to flight, except their rock has sold them, and the Lord has shut them up. That's the only way for one to chase 1,000 people. God got to be with you, man. God got to be with you. You ain't no one man chasing no 1,000 men. God got to be with you. Tom, see?
For their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges.
For their rock is not like our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges. Read.
For their vine is the vine of Sodom, and of the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of gall. Their clusters are bitter. Their wine is the poison of dragons, and the cruel venom of asps. Is not this laid up and stored with me and sealed up among my treasures? To me belongeth vengeance and recompense.
He said, to me belong vengeance and recompense.
I got that.
What is vengeance and recompense? Why do you think God stopped David? Why do you think God stopped David from venting himself? God stopped him. And he handled the situation. That was with Nabal. When he gathered up his men, he about to move on Nabal. He said, surely all the good that I've done to this man was for nothing. He said, man, come on. Let's go. 200 stay with the stuff. But Abigail met him halfway. Abigail met him and stopped him. David was going to commit mayhem. But who really stopped him was God. God stopped that man from doing that because he said, man, this is my saint. He said, this guy pleases me.
He's not a regular guy.
He's not a regular dude. He pleases me by the action, by his own actions that correlates with his laws, with God's laws. So therefore, he said, nah, this guy here, I'm not going to allow him to stain himself and blemish himself by doing this. So certain things that's going to take me down and corrupt me, God stop you and throw a wrench in it. Because, and when God, that's right, he guides the feet of his saints. Go ahead, read.
To me belongeth vengeance and recompense. Their foot shall slide in due time. For the day of their calamity is at hand, and the things that shall come upon them make haste. For the Lord shall judge his people and repent himself for his servants. When he seeth that their power is gone.
He said, for the Lord shall judge his people. He said, and he repent himself for his servants. That's heavy, man. Which means sometimes God hold himself back from doing you in. He hold himself back from doing you in. Do you in, but while he doing you, he got mercy. He show you mercy and pity and compassion and pull back. Go ahead.
For the Lord shall judge his people and repent himself for his servants when he seeth that their power is gone, and there is none shut up or left.
Read.
And he shall say, where are their gods?
So where's your gods?
Their rock in whom they trusted.
Their rock in whom they trusted. All these deities and idols that you done trusted in and prayed to and glorified and honored. He said, where they at now?
Don't exist.
Which
did eat the fat of their sacrifices and drank the wine of their drink offerings. Let them rise up and help you and be your protection.
That's right.
See now that I, even I,
am he. He said, see now even I am he. He said, I'm him. Read.
And there is no God with me.
There ain't no God with me.
I kill.
He said, I kill.
And I make alive.
And I make alive. I will kill you and I make you alive. I kill you and I bring to life. Go ahead, read.
I wound and I heal.
I wound you and I heal you.
Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand.
No one that can deliver themselves out of the hands of God. No.
He runs it.
Tom Sheep.
For I lift up my hand to heaven.
For I lift up my hand to heavens.
And say, I live forever.
I live forever. Again, a God don't die.
That's right. He's not born.
A God is not born.
That's right.
And he don't die. So if he could die, or he was born, then he's not a God.
That's a deal.
He has a beginning and an end, then he's not a God. Go ahead, read.
If I wet my glittering sword, and mine hand take hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to mine enemies, and I will reward them that hate me. And I will make mine arrows drunk with blood. He said, I render vengeance to my enemies and reward them that hate me.
How do you determine who's the enemy of God? When you go against his laws, commandments, and statutes. Now you have made yourself an enemy to God. Now you done made yourself hated by God. Tom C.
I will make mine arrows drunk with blood. And my sword shall devour flesh. And that with the blood of the slain and of the captives, from the beginning of revenges upon the enemy. Rejoice, O ye nations, with his people. For he will avenge the blood of his servants, and will render vengeance to his adversaries, and will be merciful unto his land and to his people.
Okay, cut that. Let's go to 2 Kings. 2 Kings chapter 4.
Now then cried a certain woman of the wives of the sons of the prophets unto Elisha, saying, Thy servant, my husband, is dead.
Yeah. Read that again. 2 Kings what? 20. What I said?
2 Kings 4.
4. Go ahead, read.
Now there cried a certain woman of the
Now there
wives.
cried a certain woman of who?
Of the wives.
Of the
Of
wives.
the sons of the prophets.
Of the sons of the prophets.
Unto Elisha.
Unto
saying,
Elisha.
Thy servant, my husband, is dead.
He said, Thy servant, your servant, my husband is dead. Go ahead.
And thou knowest that thy servant did fear the Lord.
He said, and you know that your servant did fear God.
That's right.
That's heavy statements.
Stand on that.
She has heavy statements, and his wife could stand on that. She said, man, you know your servant. You know your servant, my husband feared God. Go ahead, read.
And the creditor is come to take unto him my 2 sons.
The creditors are the ones that's coming to collect their payments.
That's right.
You owe, it's time to pay.
It's still coming.
Why do people owe and refuse to pay back? That tells me that you're evil and you're wicked.
Right.
You want to duck, goose everybody you owe, hoping that the person forget. It says in the book that the wicked borrow it and don't pay back. You borrow, you receive, and then when it's time to pay back, for crying out loud, you're running all over the place. Then you got the who spy? Where you get the courage to tell them, man, I ain't paying you back?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? You ain't paying who back? You gonna pay me back? You gonna give me mine back? Oh yes, yes you is. Come on, man. Where you get that from? This book tells you the mentality of how we should think. If I borrow, it's only right for me to pay back.
Right.
Go ahead, read.
And Elisha said unto her.
So now remember her husband is dead. The debt don't die.
No, the debt don't die.
My father, he owed. When my father passed, it's only righteousness for me to take up what my father owed and pay back everyone that he owes.
That's right. That's right.
That's a holy and righteous mentality. And then those type of thoughts and mentality would draw God's attention towards you. You know why? Because nobody does that.
That's right.
Ain't nobody doing that.
Well,
You ain't taking up your father's debt. Nah, that's my father's debt, man. I don't owe nobody. Yes, you do.
It's on you.
Yeah, it's on you now.
That's right.
That's why the creditors came and stepped to her. Stepped to the widow woman.
That's right.
She had to go to the prophet. Go ahead, read. Let's go. Let's see what went down.
And Elisha said, What shall I do for thee? Tell me. What has
Elisha said, man, what should I do for you? What you need me to do for you? What's going on? Go ahead.
Tell me, what hast thou in the house? And she said, Thine handmaid.
Now let's go back now. He said, the creditors has come to take unto him my 2 sons to be bondmen. In the Hebrew, it don't say bondmen. Bondmen is slaves. They took them to be servants to work that payment off.
Right.
All right? Go to verse 2 now.
Elisha said unto her, What shall I do for thee?
What shall I do for thee?
Tell me, what hast thou in the
He
house?
said, what you want me to do for you? He said, tell me what you got in the house.
And she said, The handmaid hath not anything in the house.
He said, I don't. He said, your handmaid, the woman in the book always referred to themselves as handmaids.
That's right. That's right.
That's a humble statement.
That's right.
You're not a lying sister. Not are you a lion. You ain't no lioness. You're a handmaid. A handmaid.
That's right.
Handmaidens, those are
Servant.
that's a humble statement. Handmaids are not loud and boisterous. Handmaids are not demanding.
Right.
Handmaid walks lightly.
That's right.
She didn't say I.
Notice that Jezebel and Athaliah never referred to themselves as handmaids.
Right.
The righteous and pious women refer to themselves as handmaids, like Sarah, Rebecca, Leah, Raquel.
Jezebel, a bitch was
I told you.
Go ahead, read.
That handmaid had not anything in the
So your
house
handmaid don't have nothing in the house.
save a pot of oil.
A pot of oil. You heard what that woman said? She don't have no food. Nothing. She don't have no field. She ain't got nothing. All she got in the house is a pot of oil. Now realize something. During this time was what? Famine. A famine. A big famine. There's no food. And the main source of food depended on your field. Depended on your field. And your grains and your crop. That's why there was a certain time of God had the time slot of when rain start falling. So this is the latter rain and this rain. It was a certain time when God had that rain drop to water the crop. Go ahead, read.
Then he said, go borrow these vessels.
He said, all right. He said, you got a pot of oil. He said, okay, this is what I want you to do. Right? Go borrow these vessels. Read.
Abroad of all thy neighbors.
Of all our neighbors.
Even empty vessels.
Even empty vessels.
Borrow not a few.
Don't borrow not a few. Don't get a little bit. Read.
When thou art come in, thou shalt shut the door upon thee and upon thy son.
When you come in, he said, shut the door upon thee and upon your son.
And shall pour out into all those vessels.
Now, the amount of vessels that you have, he said, shut the door behind you and your son. And what? And pour out into all those vessels. Read.
And thou shalt set aside that which is full.
Read.
So she went from him and shut the door upon her and upon her sons, who brought the vessels to her, and she poured out. And it came to pass when the vessels were full, and she said unto her son, bring me yet a vessel. He said unto her, there is not a vessel more. And the oil stayed.
You see that? Just by the word of a man that is accepted of God. Just by his word alone, she didn't have much oil, but that oil was able to fill every vessel, and it stayed. It never ran out. Now, once you got oil, I can make money. I can feed myself. Because oil, you need oil. Light. Everybody need oil. You ain't got no oil, you can't make no light. They didn't have electricity. You need that oil. Go ahead, read.
And she came and told the man of God, and he said, go sell the oil.
He said, go and sell the oil and pay your debt. Right. Go pay your husband debt. Go get that oil, sell it, and go pay your debt. Read.
And live thou and thy children of the rest. And it fell on the day that Elisha passed to Shunem, where was a great woman.
He said, and it fell on the day that Elisha passed to Shunem, where was a great woman. Right?
And she constrained him to eat bread.
She constrained him, she held him to eat some bread. Read.
And so it was that as often as he passed by, he turned in thither to eat bread.
He said, as often as he passed by, he always moved in to eat bread. Go ahead, read. He got hungry, he got a spot where to go to eat bread.
Right.
Go ahead, read.
And she said unto her husband, behold, now I perceive that this is a holy man of God.
She said, behold, she said, I perceive that this is a holy man of God which passed by us continuously. You can tell by a man's gait and his aura and how he conducts himself, whether he's a godly man or evil. By the way a person conduct themselves, by the way a woman conduct themselves, you can tell that whether she's godly or she's an evil woman. And the book tells you certain parts of a description of an evil man and a woman. Right. One of them is a loud one. Man, I run from that. I done got tortured by one of those today. I said tortured. Yeah, I've been tortured to where, man, listen, man, I don't want to deal with it no more, man. I start staying at my parents' house. And the torturer follows me to my parents' house and ring down the bell. Wake everybody out, they sleep. My pops wake up and say, man, what the hell is that, man? I said, man, what's wrong with you? You're crazy. You're killing with my doorbell, man. Yeah. But nobody want no loud, boisterous woman, man. If anybody gonna be loud, I'll be loud. That's right. Let me be loud. Right. Stay quiet. That's right. Right. You stay quiet and relax. That's for me to do. You heard that? That's for me to be loud. Yeah. If I'm out in the streets, I don't want you being loud. Don't forget you. Oh, easy, man. Easy. You stay behind me. I'm the protector.
Let me run.
Let me run. I'm the one that gotta be.
Let my word be first.
Yeah, that's right.
When I say go.
Yeah.
That's right.
Where you at, brother?
Verse 10.
Uh-huh.
Let us make a little chamber.
He said, let
I
us
pray
make a little chamber. What is a chamber? A room.
thee-
Uh-huh.
I pray thee on the wall,
I pray thee on the wall.
and let us set for him there a bed, a table, and a stool, and a candlestick.
And a candlestick. Now, 2 points. Now remember, in order for her to make a room, they had to have a high ceiling. They had to make a loft.
Like in Panama, tambo, we make a room space of farm.
Right? Right.
We do Panama.
Yeah.
Yeah, we call it tambo.
Mm. So she made another, like a second floor,
Right.
to where when this godly man passed by, he had somewhere to go to lay his head. Right? He said table, put a table and a stool and a candlestick. Anywhere in the book where it says candle or candlestick, it says menorah.
That's right.
Okay.
We didn't use candles
Oil.
because notice one thing: candles was used during witchcraft.
That's right.
You had white candles, black candles,
Red candle.
all those different colors candles. There was a meaning behind those candles, and it has an effect when you use them for its purpose.
That's right.
So therefore, I don't use candles. You need a lamp.
Right.
A lamp, some flashlights. Just in case there's blackout, give me some flashlights. I don't want no candles.
That's right.
Right? Uh-huh. And it shall be, when he cometh to us, that he shall turn in thither. Read.
And it fell on the day that he came in thither, and he turned into the chamber
Read.
and lay there. And
Uh-huh.
he said to Gehazi, his servant, call this Shunammite.
He told Gehazi, he said, listen, man. He said, listen, man. This is the ways of the righteous. You learn righteousness and how God wants you to be by reading the book. Let's hear this. Read.
Call this
He
Shunammite.
said, call the Shunammite.
And when he had called her,
When he
she,
called her,
she stood
She
before him.
stood before him. So Gehazi is Elisha's servant.
Yeah.
He told him, he said, listen, call the Shunammite. So the Shunammite stood before him. She didn't walk into the room.
No.
She stood by the entrance. Woman did not walk into the men's room.
All right.
That's right.
When the king,
Even your son room.
when King David had a son named Amnon,
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
and Amnon was sick. So Amnon told his father, he said, make Tamar come and serve me, make bread for me, right?
His sister.
His sister.
Yeah.
So Tamar comes, she baked the bread, she got it on the plate, pan or whatever she had it on. She went to to Amnon's room and stopped at the threshold.
Right.
She said, I got your bread.
That's right.
I ain't coming in that room until you order me to come in.
Supposed to. That's right.
You order me to come in, I come in. You don't order me to come in, I ain't coming in.
And that's his sister.
And that's his sister.
Okay.
That is the ways, we gotta learn the ways and the
Yeah.
customs of our forefathers.
Yeah.
Learn the ways and the customs of the woman that God accepted and put it to effect so that God could look at us the same.
That's right.
That's the only way God will look at you the same.
That's right.
You gotta start putting these ways and putting these laws into effect
That's right.
so that it can have some type of effect to your spirit.
That's right.
Start acknowledging your fault and acknowledging that you're wrong so you can be better.
That's right.
Right.
If you don't acknowledge you're wrong, then you'll never be better.
That's right.
You'll never rectify your faults.
That's right.
Man.
And he said unto him, say now unto her, behold, thou hast been careful for us with
Look what he
all this
said.
care.
You see? Wait a minute. She came at the threshold. He didn't tell her to come in and she ain't go in. So he spoke. He said, man, he said, behold, that has been careful for us with all this care. What is to be done for thee? Man, you've been doing me good. You made me a room. You feeding me all. Every time I pass by, I'm able to eat here. He said, can I do something for you?
All right.
Is there anything you need?
All right.
That's righteousness.
Right. That's right.
That's righteousness. And this is the way that God wants us, these are type of thinking that God wants us to start to acquire. Don't make a person do you good, and you don't return the favor back to him.
That's right.
I gotta show you good too.
That's
Man,
right.
you did good to me. He said, man, let me return the favor. He said, man, what you need done? What you want done? What you need done? Go ahead.
Wouldst thou be spoken for to the king
Uh-huh.
or to the captain of the host?
Uh-huh.
And she answered, I dwell among mine own people.
He said, what is thou? He's spoken for to the king. You want me to say something to the king for you? Or to the captain of the host? Look what she said. I dwell among my own people.
All right.
I don't hang with heathens.
Okay.
Right.
I watch who I hang with.
That's right.
If these people that I'm hanging with is against God, then I can't hang with you.
Okay.
Because there's no way you're going to change your frame of thoughts hanging with an abomination.
That's right.
Hanging with something that God hates and despises.
That's right.
Because they're going to continuously detour you and change your frame of thought against God.
That's right.
What you going to look at me? What you going to look at me and say if you see me walking with a detestable one? No. Put a man that like men that God said I should abominate and kill. You're going to look at me and say, oh, John, what's up, John?
Yeah, you
He said, man, why are you walking with this fluke? What you doing with him? He said, you must agree.
Say like spirit attract.
Like spirits attract.
Okay.
I must, what I meant to say, I got what? With flowers, not flowers,
Tweeters.
tweeters. He said, man, you must got tweeters going in you, man. No, man. Absolutely not. Go ahead.
And he said, what then is to be done for her?
He said, then what then should be done for you?
And
Go ahead,
Gehazi answered, verily she hath no child,
So she don't have no child.
and her husband is old.
And her husband is old.
And he said, call her.
He said, call her.
And
Read.
when he had called her,
When he called her,
she stood in the door.
Again, she stood in the door. She ain't passing that threshold. She stood right there in the doorway. Yeah, what's up?
And he said, about this season, according to the time of
About
life,
this season, according to the time of life,
thou shalt embrace a son.
thou shalt embrace a son. You see me? He told her.
The prophet.
The prophet could do that. Because he's a prophet of God, and whatever he say
It's
gonna
gonna
come to
happen.
pass. It's gonna happen.
Going to happen.
Because he's a prophet of God.
That's right.
That's why these so-called when you go to these churches and the pastor's standing up, he said, what ailed these sisters? Sister Gina? He said, well, Sister Gina got a real crook in her left leg and it caused her to dip. He said, well, come in, Sister Gina. He takes her, twirl her, spin her around till she's dizzy, and then bang her upside her head. You're healed, Sister Gina. He said, oh my God. The pastor is healed me, and she started walking. Man, go ahead with that foolishness, man.
Walking with a limp thinking that's the hill.
Yeah.
Just
Think about your mind, man. That's all foolishness. Next thing, I saw a commercial. He said, man, looking at the people crying. The preacher looking at the people. He said, you make a noise and the people go, and then drop. Man, these people are crazy, man. And you had gimmicks and all these people that believe this foolishness.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And she said, nay, my Lord, thou man of God, do not lie.
She
unto
said,
thine
nay,
handmaid."
my Lord. He said, thou man of God, do not lie unto thy handmaid. He said, don't lie to me, man. Why are you telling me something and then you're going to lie to me and tell me I'm going to, what's up? Hurry, what she
And
said?
the woman conceived,
The woman conceived
bare a son,
and bare a son
at the season
at
that
the season
Elisha had
that
said
Elisha
unto her.
had said unto her, according to the time of
life.
life. According to the same time that Elisha told her she's going to be a son, she bear a son. And there wasn't no immaculate conception.
That's right.
She had a husband. She's going to bear a son and get pregnant naturally,
The old man,
the way it's supposed to go down. Her and her husband is going to get intimate. All right? Intimate.
Sarah and
Go
Abraham.
ahead, read.
And when the child was grown,
When the child was grown,
it fell on the day that he went out to his father to the reaper.
you see where the child went? You see where the child went. Come a point in time when that child get of age, he didn't want to be around mama no more. Especially the son. Son want to be around his father, man. I follow my father all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
I follow my father all over the place. All right, can I come with you? This one, he put on his clothes was backwards. Follow my pops all over the place. And that was a delight that we wanted to be around grown men. And that's what trained our frame of thoughts and our mind that we did not play. We were serious little boys growing up. Because our father didn't play with us.
Play tag.
No, we go outside playing tag. Look at you, damn fool. Run back, play tag.
Skeleton.
Wow! You run back, touch the wall. Oh, you can't get me, you can't get me. Run back. Come on, man, go ahead, man. No, we was raised like that. Go ahead.
And he said unto his father, my head, my head.
He said, now the kid, the child, with his father, he said, my head. He said, man, my head. Man. There's something going on in that kid's head. Pain, excruciating pain. He said, my head. What did he say?
And he said to a lad, carry him to his mother.
Take him to his mother. Oh, your head, son? He said, what happened? No, he said, listen, take him to his mother. His mother knows best. He said, go on and take him to his mother. His mother gonna take him. He said, man, you ain't the mother. Leave that child alone, man. You want to sit there? You want to change the diaper. All right, if you got to change the diapers, the mother must not be there. There come a time when I had to change diapers. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Right.
I ain't had no handmaid and no second wife to do that. So sometimes I had to take the child myself. But now, the husbands fight the mother to take care of the baby. They're like, get out of here, man. Man, leave that child with the mother, man. What's wrong with you? Child's a damn baby, 2 years old. Put his nipple, you want to breastfeed him? Wow, put your chest in his mouth, see if he suck it. He gonna look at you like you're a fool. Go ahead. I seen the fat dude do that.
This ain't what you do.
He gonna look at you like a fool. He gonna look at you like a fool. He know the difference between mama nipples and men nipples.
Oh, yeah.
Because the mama nipples protrudes and it sticks out like a nipple. It's able to be sucked on. That's what it's there for. It ain't there for me to suck on it. You smack the baby. You bite me. But when I bite it, you don't smack me. So you like when I bite it, but you don't like when the baby bite it. So the baby bite it, you smack the baby upside his head, don't bite me, and give him a bottle.
Wake the cat, man.
You wake the cat.
And give him a bottle. Yeah, the man said wicked. You know why? Because in Lamentation, in the book of Lamentation, it says that the ostrich, he compared the woman to an ostrich. Why he compared the woman to the ostrich? Because after the ostrich have nurses young, the ostrich come to the mother to suck. And he get the young ones get pecked away, peck them away, let them fend for themselves, figure it out. And that's what the daughters of Israel, the so-called daughters of Zion, has become.
That's what women do to their children today.
Similar.
All women.
Breastfeed the baby for 1 month.
Similar.
The next thing they go to the store and get Similac.
Baby formula.
Baby formula. Now the baby's constipated. Because every animal drinks its milk from his mother except for the human baby.
That's right.
We get the baby every milk.
That's right.
Cow's milk,
right.
goat's milk, pig's milk.
Asthma. That's what asthma.
Asthma starts.
Mucus.
Next thing, the baby's only 2 years
I'm
old.
sick every minute.
He start putting food in the baby's mouth at 2 years old. Next thing, the food goes in the mouth. To it. The baby.
No good.
You know, digestion begins in the mouth when you chew. Because when you start chewing, the digestion juices comes out to break down the food. Acidic juices. So because you're not chewing, you just got food just sitting there. I ain't feed my kids no solid food until they had their teeth. 2 years old, 3 years old, 4 years old, and I stayed on top of them. gotta stay on top of it.
Oh, yeah,
Stay
that's
on
top.
top.
My kids was breastfed till they was 4 years old. And the people with the heathenistic mentality is looking at me like I'm weird and stupid. I said, well, you weird. You mean the baby at 4? He said, yeah.
That's too long.
It ain't too
That's
long.
too long.
4 years old. I fed them. I didn't feed them Gerber.
Okay.
I went to the store and got fresh fruits and fresh vegetables. And I blended up the fruits. Big blender of fruits, pour in the bowl. And that's what they ate. Every day I did that. Fresh vegetables. I boiled it halfway because I didn't want to boil out the nutrients. I blended up and I fed them that. Now today, the first thing the kids eat is their vegetables. They don't run from vegetables. And they don't yearn from Kentucky. They don't want Kentucky and Burger King. What?
Okay. They don't have a taste for that.
French fries
That's right.
from McDonald's that's coated with beef fat.
Okay.
It's true.
So
It's only French fries, huh? Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you got beef fat in it.
Eat it.
We said eat it. Red line.
Go ahead, Tom Street.
Pink slime.
And when he had taken him and brought him to his mother,
Yeah, that's another thing. Like I said before, please Google, go to YouTube, and Google pink slime.
That's right.
That's the human flesh that they put in the meat.
They add that in the meat in the stores. They add that in the meat. You don't get pink slime. Google that.
that's how they process the meat.
Tom Street.
And when he had taken him and brought him to his mother,
Uh-huh.
he sat on her knees till noon and then died.
It's true. Sat on her knees till noon and died. Look at her read.
And when she went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God,
She went up, she took the baby, and went in the man's room. This is a different situation now. My child is dead. She went up in the man's chamber, took her son, put him on his bed, on the man of God's bed, and then left. Read.
and shut the door upon him and went out. And
Uh-huh.
she called unto her husband and said, send me, I pray thee, one of the young men, one of the asses, that I may run to the man of God and come again.
She said, listen, send me one of the young men and one of the asses so that I can go to the man of God. That should tell you something. The only woman that straddled asses and horses was Jezebel and Natalia. Yeah. Jezebel and Natalia rode horses. Man, they ain't had no servant in front of them riding no horses.
That's right, they
So she
mounted.
said, because guess
Right.
what? And the way they rode the horses, they didn't straddle them and spread them legs.
Cannot mount.
You know how she got up? The servant rode the horse. She got up on it sideways with dainty and showing some type of daintiness, her dress down, closing her legs. The servant in the front galloping. Go ahead, read.
When she had taken him and brought him to his mother, he sat her on her knees till noon and then died. She went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God and shut the door upon him and went out. And she called unto her husband and said, send me, I pray thee, one of the young men, one of the asses, that I may run to the man of God and come again. And he said, wherefore wilt thou go to him today?
He said, why you going today? Read.
It is neither new
He
moon
said, it ain't no moon,
nor Sabbath.
nor the Sabbath.
And she said, it shall be well.
She says, she didn't give him a reason. She said, it's going to be well. He didn't get angry and said, I asked you a question, woman. He said, what's the reason why? You got to realize in certain things, you got to leave it alone. I ain't got to carry it. I asked you a question. Don't answer me like that. What's wrong with you, man? Are you crazy? These are people who are mentally, we all, look, I told myself too. We are mentally sick, and we have a problem. Mentally challenged.
Naturally.
I ain't asked you that. But give me a reason. Easy, John. Sometimes I got like that. Pops come in and tell me, man, easy, Sean. Man, what's up, man? He said, chill out. And my pops wasn't always like that, man. He was a ruthless man. he was something else, but I love him. But he was something else, man. He didn't take no shorts. And when I see this man change, man, he said, man, easy, Sean, man, easy. Man, take it easy, man. You ain't got to be like that. Man, chill out. Wow.
Any one of us got hot.
When we got hot, he said, listen,
And
easy, man, I don't like seeing you like that.
Right, but
He said, easy. He said, you're right, I don't like seeing you like that, son. Easy. And the next thing, he started getting voice. She started getting angry. Got my seat, man. Let's grab up a sword. You know, my pops like swords. My pops got a room of swords.
On the wall.
On a wall, on the
Behind the
ceiling,
door.
hanging here,
Under the
hanging
bed.
there. Man, you like you're walking into a room of weapons.
Execution room.
So he started grabbing his sword. He said, "You out here?" He said, "You're angering my damn son." He said, "Man, you don't need nothing like that, Sean. You don't need that. I told you." Got the sword in my face. I told you. Go ahead, read.
Then she saddled an ass and said to her servant, "Drive."
She said, "Drive."
And go forward.
He said, "Go forward.
Slack not thy riding.
Don't worry about me sitting here."
Except I bid thee.
Uh-huh.
So she went and came unto the man of God to Mount Carmel. And it came to pass when the man of God saw her afar off.
The man of God saw her far off.
And he said to Gehazi, his servant, "Behold, yonder is that Shunammite."
He said, "Behold, yonder." He said, "Look far ahead. Look down there, man." He said, "I perceive that's the Shunammite down there." Go ahead.
Run now, I pray thee.
He said, "Run now. Go on down there, Gehazi."
To meet her and say
He
unto
said, "Go
her,
meet her and
is
say
it
unto
well
her."
with thee?
He said, "Is it good? Is everything okay?"
Is it
Because
well?
she ain't no reason. She ain't got no reason coming to see me.
Right.
Like her husband said, it ain't the Sabbath, neither is it new moon. Right? And that horse is galloping. They moving. Like you can also tell. Look, remember the time of David? He said, "Man, this guy here is coming, man." He said, "Man, he got good tidings."
Good tidings.
He said, "This guy here, he's riding on fierce." He said, "Something's wrong with this guy here." Right. Go ahead, read.
Run now, I pray thee, to meet her and say unto her, "Is it well with thee? Is it well with thy husband? Is it well with the child?" And she answered, "It is well."
He said, "Well, do what she told him. She said, it's well."
Told him it's well.
It's not for you. It's not for you. I didn't come to bring this message for you.
Right.
So if you come, I come to tell this guy something.
Yes.
You come ask me, is it well? I said, yeah, it's good. I ain't lie.
Take me to your leader.
We got to know what lies are. What's is good? When she got to who she got to want to get to. Larry.
When she came to the man of God to the hill, verse 27.
Go ahead.
When she came to the man of God to the hill, she caught him by the feet.
Hold on. You see how these women, in order to catch him by his feet, she had to prostrate herself. She had to prostrate herself. That is humbleness. That's how humble these women was, man.
They
wasn't gorillas or apes. Not over there tigers and lions. It wasn't none of that, man. Because when you get that gorilla instinct, now you make me get a gorilla instinct. And you ain't more gorilla than me.
All right.
You're not more gorilla than me. Because I'm not going to look at you as a woman anymore.
All right.
You're gonna
Look at the man.
I'm going to look at you as what you're portraying to be. You are not showing me femininity. So I'm not going to, you'll show me masculine.
You act like a gladiator.
You're like you're a gladiator.
You act like a
Like you
gladiator.
can scrap. Like you can box.
That's why
So
I
now
said,
we going to
that's my
box.
field.
That's right.
That's my
Now,
field.
Now we going to box.
You just jumped in my field.
If that's what you want. I'm not, don't get it confused.
Not a woman beater.
I'm not a woman beater, and I'm not justifying men beating women.
No.
That's not right. And it's not godly. There's nowhere in the book. I'm not a woman beater.
Not at all.
But by all means, don't put your hands on me.
Do not.
Stay in your lane.
And stay
Please
in
don't
your
put
place.
your hands on me. Guess what? Let's turn the tables around. I had to ask the sister. He said, let's turn the tables around. You got a son, right, sister?
Talk about
She
it,
said,
brother.
yes. Would you want his woman beating on your
No,
son every
no,
minute?
no.
She said, no.
No.
Okay. Why you want this? Why you want this man to take it?
Okay.
See, a lot of women
My
don't do
mama
that.
don't like
A lot
it.
of women and men don't turn the tables. They don't put themselves in the situation and see if they like it.
That's right.
But they're picking it in.
That look good.
No, they don't do that.
Like it is.
They don't do that. I don't teach my son to take nobody hitting them.
That's right.
I don't want
Male
no man.
or
I don't want no woman
Because
hitting.
women got
Absolutely
hair
not.
problems today.
Don't do
Men
that.
got hair problems today.
Don't do that.
Because it ain't mine.
And then in return, you don't go beating on no woman neither.
That's right. Talk about
If she don't go according to how you
Let
want
her
her to
go.
go,
Let her go.
God said, write her a bill of divorce and let her go. Leave the woman alone.
Save yourself trouble.
Don't get boisterous and all crazy and out of place.
Go back to jail.
Catching heart attacks and seizures.
Go to jail.
You know, if we don't agree, then we have to separate.
That's right.
That's it.
POF. Plenty of fish.
Go ahead.
Rice.
Read. Oh, sorry.
She treated you like she don't eat fish, huh?
And when she came to the man of God to the hill, she caught him by the feet. But Gehazi came near to thrust her
She
away.
caught him by the feet. She prostrated herself and touched him by her feet. You know what reminded me of that? Moses. Moses had a son.
Uh-huh.
He forgot to circumcise his son.
Right.
And because he forgot to circumcise his gun, God sought to kill him.
That's right.
God was going to kill him just for not circumcising his son.
That's right.
That's to show you how important it is. But the reason why God ain't killing you is because he don't care about you.
Yeah.
Not close. Not a servant.
He don't care about you. That's why he take long to chastise you. When you get chastisement like this, that quick,
Close.
you're close. And God is on you. He's on you. He's watching you.
You don't got close to him.
Like he told my brother, I'm
That's
watching.
right. That's right.
I'm watching you. The big fish in the
So-
fish. I'm watching you. Yeah.
When God sought to kill him because he didn't circumcise his son, guess who did it? Which means he didn't have a deadhead for a wife. She was on point with God that when he came up short, he came up short in that. She was able to pick it up. She said, "Oh man, let me take this little guy here." Now, mind you, this was the 8th day. That was a covenant in the Lord that was substantiated
That's right.
and set from the times of Abraham.
Everybody.
The 8th day, a male child shall be circumcised in the 8th day.
Everybody.
So she went, circumcised her son, took the foreskin that she cut off from his genitals. In the English, it says she threw it at his feet. In the Hebrew, it didn't say she threw it at his feet. It says she circumcised him, took the foreskin that was from off his genital, and reached for his feet, which means she prostrated and reached for his foot.
That's right. That's what it said in the Hebrew.
That's what it says in the Hebrew. Go ahead. Where we at?
I'm in the verse 27.
27. Go ahead.
And
Read.
when she came to the man of God to the hill, she caught him by the
She
feet.
caught him by his feet.
But Gehazi came near to thrust her away.
Gehazi is like the security guy.
Right.
That's right.
That's
When she
job.
came to reach for his feet,
That's his job.
Gehazi steps in to thrust her away.
Close.
Don't touch it.
Go ahead, read.
The man of God said, let her
Look,
alone.
man,
That's the same.
a man that you honor and respect, the opposing ones, you can't get close. I'm jumping in the front.
That's right.
I'm jumping right here.
Get too close.
I'm jumping in the front.
That's right.
You gotta tell me the truth.
I'm watching everybody who's coming around.
Too close.
Don't get too close. Yo, easy, man. You don't see my pops here?
That's right.
Yo, easy, man. You don't see my mom here? Yo, stop pushing. You gotta be on point.
That's right.
Because these people today don't regard old or
No,
young.
they don't care about that.
They don't
Make
care
them
about that.
regard. That's
Man,
right.
you be on the train, and the child right there, look, these Negroes would topple the child to get off the train. Say, yo, man, you don't see
They
my
love that
kid here.
child. Yeah, yes, they will.
They don't care. Like God, like you read in the book, it says, these people don't regard old,
Oh, young.
young, sick,
Remember that.
lame,
Remember
children.
that.
They don't regard nothing but themselves.
Be on point. Word.
Go ahead.
And the man of God said, let her alone, for her soul is vexed with
You see?
her.
He said, leave her alone. He said, leave her. He said, you ain't got to thrust her away, Gehazi. He said, there is something trouble. There's something that she's going through right now. And what?
And the Lord had hid it
And
from
God
me.
hid it from me because he didn't tell you.
That's right.
She didn't tell Gehazi. Right? Go ahead, read.
And the Lord had hid it from me and had not told me.
The Lord hid it from me and didn't tell me. What verse you at?
Verse 28.
Go ahead.
Then she said, did I desire a son of my Lord?
Now the wife, she came to the man of God. She said, did I come to you and tell you I want a kid? I didn't make no request because you asked me what was my request and what do I want, because I've been doing you good all these times. You made me a chamber, you did bread, you give me bread, you feed me. You asked me what I want. I didn't tell you I want a kid. I didn't tell you I want a son. Go ahead, read.
Then she said, did I desire a son of my Lord? Did I not say, do not deceive me?
He said, didn't I tell you don't deceive me? Don't tell me something. Don't tell me something and it doesn't go through. He said, I told you don't deceive me. Now, how was she deceived? She got the son, right? But the child died. He didn't live out his days. So it's like I didn't have a child. So that's why she went to him. He said, listen, man, you deceived me, man.
He didn't live out his days.
He didn't live out his days. And the guy, and Elisha said, I didn't deceive you. I gave you a son. You got the son right there. No, he's the wise man.
That's right.
The ways of God, man. The wise man. He said, yeah, I deceived her because where's the child?
He's supposed to still be alive.
That's right. Go ahead.
Then he said to Gehazi, gird up thy loins.
He said, gird up the loins.
Take my staff in thine hand,
Mhm.
go thy way. If thou meet any man, salute him not.
If you meet
Don't
anybody,
acknowledge him.
he said, don't acknowledge him, don't salute him.
Salute him.
Because whatever Gehazi is living with, he has to, by saluting and doing anything other out of what he's ordered, he's going to lose it.
Throw him out that zone.
He's going to throw him out that zone.
That's right.
Right? Go ahead, read. What verse you at?
Middle of 29.
Go ahead.
If thou meet any man, salute him not.
Uh-huh.
If any salute thee, answer him not again.
Uh-huh.
And lay my staff upon the face of the child.
He said, listen, don't salute no one. And if any man salute you,
Don't
you
answer.
don't answer. And you don't salute nobody. Take my staff and lay it upon the face of the child. Go ahead, read.
And the mother of the child said, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, I will not leave thee. And he arose and followed her.
She said, man, as God live. He said, I'm not leaving your side. I'm staying right here with you. Go ahead, read.
And Gehazi passed on before them and laid the staff upon the face of the child,
Uh-huh.
but there was neither voice nor hearing.
Look, that man's something, Elisha something else. He said, all right, man. He said, listen, go ahead, take my staff, lay it upon the child. Looking to see if that was going to wake the kid up. He said, listen, the child's dead now. He's dead. He has no life.
He know where he stand though.
But he know where he stand with God. And
God.
he know how he stand with God. He got juice. So that's why he said, you know what? He said, I could do this. Man, take that staff, go put it on the child. See if it have any type of effect.
Right.
Go ahead, read.
Wherefore he went again to meet him and told him, saying, the child is not
He
awake.
said, man, that what you told me to do? He said, it
Nothing
ain't work. It ain't work. He said, it ain't wake the child up.
Good.
The
Yeah.
child's still,
Hit him with
the
this.
child's still dead.
Yeah.
Read.
And when Elisha came into the house, behold, the child was not dead, but the child was dead and laid upon
He
his
laid
bed.
upon his bed.
He went in therefore and shut the door upon them in twain.
He went in his room, closed the door behind us.
Nobody coming in.
Nobody coming in here,
It's about to
just
go
me and this dead child. Read.
And prayed unto the Lord.
He prayed to God. Read.
And he went up and
After
lay,
he said his prayers to God, look what he did. He went up,
and lay upon the child.
lay on top of the child. Read.
Put his mouth upon his
Put
mouth.
his mouth upon his mouth.
His eyes upon his,
His eyes upon his eyes.
His hands upon his
And
hands.
his hands upon his hand. Transfer.
That's right.
That's transferring.
Spiritual essence transfer.
That's transferring. But that, he put his mouth on the child's mouth, eyes and eyes.
Lined
That's
up.
why I said be
Lined
careful
up.
what you touch.
right.
Because these are transmitters.
That's right.
When
Yeah.
our
That's right.
forefathers blessed their children, they took their hand and they put it upon the head of their sons.
That's right.
And they chant a blessing.
That's right.
A blessing is when you speak good about the child. That's it. May God bless you. Blah, blah, blah. That's a blessing.
He just put his hand on your head.
That's why be careful what you speak good about that God don't agree with.
That's right, G.
Because you bless things that God hates.
That's
You
right.
bless things and you speak good about things that God hates and
Oh, yeah.
despise.
Who you? Oh,
So
you.
now I gotta watch my conversation about what I speak good about.
Right. That's right.
Go ahead, read.
And he stretched himself upon the child.
Stretch yourself upon the
And
child.
the flesh of the child waxed warm.
The child flesh.
Vital
Yeah,
signs.
Vital signs start to activate.
Activated the vital signs.
When your vital signs begin to drop, your body begin
It gets
to
cold.
get
It
cold.
gets frozen. Yeah, man. It gets gray and frozen, man. Facts, man.
Experience.
Yeah, man.
Cold. Read.
Then he returned and walked in the house to and fro. And went up and stretched himself upon him. And the child sneezed 7 times.
Sneeze 7
And the
times.
child opened his eyes. And he called Gehazi and said, call this
He
Shunammite.
said, call the Shunammite.
So he called her.
So he called her.
When she was coming unto him, he said, take up thy
He
son.
said, take up thy son.
Then she went in and fell at
She
his
went
feet.
in and fell at his feet.
Bowed herself to
Bowed
the
herself
ground.
to the ground.
And took up her son.
Took up her
And
son.
went out.
And went out.
And Elisha came again to Gilgal. And there was a dearth in the land. And the sons of the prophets were sitting before him. And he said unto the servant, set on the great pot and seethe pottage for the sons of the
He
prophets.
said, set on the great pot and seethe. Boil pottage. Pottage is beans.
Yeah.
Boil pottage. Boil beans for the sons of the prophet. Man, y'all guys couldn't live back then, man. Because these guys ate the same thing every day.
That's right. I can.
We ain't lentils again.
That's
Man,
right.
I'm tired of lentils.
That's
Wicked.
You eating rice again?
Wicked, man.
I'm
Wicked.
tired of rice.
Wicked.
You eating this again? What you want, man?
I want Burger King.
Now, see, and that's why our forefathers got in very great trouble with God. Why? Because the people got tired of the manna, and they murmured, and they murmured, they complained, they voiced their disagreements.
Right.
They kept complaining and complaining and complaining, and the anger of Lord, anger of God kindled and started wiping them out. He said he gave them the quails, and while he said ere there was chews, it was between their teeth. He said, I slew the fattest ones. The fattest ones, he said, God slew.
Greediest.
Why? Because you gorgeous.
Gluttonous ones.
Man, you're not
No patience.
no patience, man. You can't eat like that. Go ahead, read.
And he called Gehazi and said, verse 38.
He called
Elisha-
Gehazi and said,
verse 38. And Elisha came again to Gilgal. There was a dearth in the land, and the sons of the prophets were sitting before him. And he said unto his servant, set on the great pot,
set on the great pot,
seethe pottage for the sons of
boiled
the
beans
prophet.
for the sons of the prophet.
And one went out into the field to gather herbs.
One went out in the field to gather herbs.
And found a wild
Found
vine.
a wild vine.
And gathered
Be
thereof.
careful of the wild vines, because some of those wild
Poisonous.
vines is poisonous. So he went, put the wild vine in there, but the pot, they was able to perceive. He said, nah. He said, this thing here is poison. Read.
And gathered thereof wild gourds, and
Uh-huh.
slat full. And he came and shred them into the pot of pottage, for they knew them not. So they poured out for the men to eat. And it came to pass, as they were eating of the pottage, that they cried out and said, O thou man of God, there is death in the pot.
There's death in the pot. It's
But they could
poison
not
in
eat
there.
thereof.
Uh-huh.
But he said, then bring meal. And he cast it into the pot. And he said, pour out for the people that they may eat. And there was no harm in the pot.
Right. Let's go to Psalms 81. Psalms chapter 81. All right. And yeah, go to Psalms 81.
Sing aloud unto God,
Sing
our
aloud
strength.
unto God our strength. This is King David. You know the man made, you know how you make songs for women that you love? King David made songs for God, expressing his affection and his love for God. The only prayers that God accepts. We cannot go up, face the east, and freestyle your prayers.
No.
People go face the east and freestyle prayers. And bro, you want to say a prayer?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he becomes something else.
Right.
He don't need the book.
Right.
He don't need no psalms. I'm gonna say my own prayer.
Right.
And involve Kyrie Irving.
Like you got something-
Bill Cosby.
like you got something on David.
No, man.
Yeah.
Those prayers are
Ask
not
God to
accepted
pray
by
for
God.
That's right.
It behooves you to
Come on,
use the
man.
prayers that was from men
It's already
that was
designed.
accepted
Right.
by the
God,
Creator,
make the
which
day
was the
better.
Psalms of David.
That's right.
Stop
Asaph
playing
was
games.
another one.
That's right.
He said, "Sing aloud unto God our strength." Make a
Make
joyful,
a joyful
noise
noise unto the God
to
of
the God
Jacob.
of Jacob. Time
Take
sheet.
a song.
Take a song.
Bring hither the timbrel.
Bring hither the timbrel,
The present harp.
the pleasant
With
harp,
the psaltery.
with the psaltery.
Blow up the trumpet in the new
Blow up
moon.
the trumpet in the new
In
moon,
the time
in
appointed.
the time
On
appointed,
our solemn
on
feast day.
our solemn feast days.
What about the drum?
So on Shabbat,
Bring the drum.
new moon, on the feast, on the appointed times that God has ordained to be appointed times, you got to blow that trumpet.
Right.
You blow that trumpet. But when I read here, timbrels, right?
Mhm.
The word timbrels is somewhere in here. It says tof, right? Tof is handheld drums.
Small little.
Tof is handheld drums. Handheld drums is like a tambourine. Handheld drums, right? Go ahead, read.
Yeah.
The pleasant harp
The pleasant harp
with the psaltery.
with the psaltery.
Blow up the trumpet in the new
Blow up
moon.
the trumpet in
In
the
the
new
time
moon in the time appointed
appointed
on our solemn feast day. Time
For this
sheet.
was a statute for
It was a
Israel.
statue of
And
Israel,
a
to
law
Israel,
of the God of Jacob.
and the law of the God of Jacob. Read.
This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not.
When Joseph got kidnapped,
This is from back then.
this is from back then.
Genesis.
The Midianites, look, his own brothers took him and put him in a hole.
Yeah.
After they put him in that pit,
Right.
they left to go eat
That's right.
and left him there.
Right.
Only God knows how long that man was in that well, was in that hole. So while they're eating, Reuben left by himself. He didn't leave with the rest of his brothers. He left to go check on his brother to get him back to his father because they wanted to kill him.
You're gonna leave it right there.
So they went to go get him back. He ain't there. He said, "Ah, man." He said, "Where am I gonna go?" He said, "Joseph is not." He said, "Man, let's take this coat of many colors. Let's kill one of these beasts and dip it in blood and give it to the father." So now, from the Midianites snatching him out of the hole, the Midianites took him and sold him to the Ishmaelites. The Ishmaelites took him and sold him into Egypt. But all that was of God. All that was set up by God.
That's right.
Because Joseph became the governor in Egypt
That's right.
and was able to feed millions of people.
God, that was God's plan.
That's right. That was the plan of God.
God's plan.
Uh-huh.
This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony.
Uh-huh.
When he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden.
I removed his shoulders from the burden when he was in Egypt. He was working. He put him to work.
Right?
Uh-huh.
His hands were delivered from the pots.
Uh-huh.
They called us in trouble. And
They
I delivered
called
thee.
in trouble and I delivered thee. You know what that is? That you can call on God and he immediately deliver you. You ain't got to wait months. Man, I done prayed till my voice is dry. Ain't no help coming. Nothing happening. Nothing. You know why? Because my ways is not accepted of God. God has not accepted me. And because I am not accepted, when I set up my prayers, it takes a very long time to to see any type of action.
Ain't no results.
No results.
Nothing changes.
Nothing changes. Tamshi,
Thou callest in trouble and I delivered
and I
thee.
delivered thee.
I answered thee in the secret place of thunder.
Uh-huh.
I proved thee at the waters of Meribah.
At the waters of Meribah. You know when that was? When was at the time when God took the rock?
Make the water sweet.
There was no water. Moses spoke to the rock, which is the mountain, and water flowed out of a mountain. That's the work of God, man. Go ahead, read.
Hear, O my people, and I will testify
Hear,
unto
O my
thee.
people, and I will testify unto thee.
O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me.
If you will hearken unto me,
There shall no strange God
there
be.
shall no strange God be in thee.
Neither.
The word for in thee, it means in thee, with you, or by you. So when something is in you, when something is near you, it's a part of you.
Right.
When something is in you or near you, it's a part of you. Okay? It also means to incorporate or mix. So when you have strange gods and deities and idols in you, you will begin to incorporate and mix the laws of God, the ways of God with your ways, with your own ways, right? You will begin to mix paganism with righteousness.
Right.
Why we don't have a Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Where's our things?
Where's our Thanksgiving? Where's our New Year's? When you ain't read nowhere in the book where Israel had a New Year. Ain't nobody can show me a New Year in Leviticus 23.
No New Year.
But we so bent on being like the pagans,
Right.
like the heathens, like the people that we live amongst. Israel done developed the New Year.
Nations.
You know, made a New Year.
They done made a New Year,
A
man.
new thing.
A new thing. And the crazy thing is, like, all these people is one. Everybody.
It's all over.
It's all over now.
It's all
Who
over.
spread that? Who
Israelites.
spread that information, man?
The leaders allowed it. The
It's
leaders.
ridiculous. Now, the word "in" also means to be influenced. That's heavy.
For sure.
What influenced you?
Uh-oh.
Because whatever influenced you tells me that
That's what
you have strange gods in you.
That's right.
See, when a strange God is in you, you cannot be influenced to do what is right by God.
you be able to.
I can't deter your mind and change your mind to do what is lawful and right because I'm being influenced by something else.
That's right.
That's why a man look at his wife and say, man, you don't talk to nobody else. Whatever your conversation and what you need to talk to about this, and this, you come to me. Come to me. You don't go to no next man for no information. You don't go to no next man for nothing. I'm your man.
That's right.
What you need, you come to me for.
Yeah.
And a man will respect that. That's that man wife. I'm not going to tell that man wife nothing.
That's right.
I'm going to you, blah, 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 and you relay the message.
That's right.
I'm not staying out that man's wife. I'm saying, well, that's that man's woman. Mind your business, George.
That's right.
Mind your business. Whatever she's doing is because of him.
That's right.
You have nothing to say about what she's doing.
That's right.
Hey, man, you go to Luke. Well, why she? Luke look at you and say, man, well, tell him. There go a husband right there. Ask him.
That's right.
Go ahead, ask him. I bet you won't ask him what you asking me.
That's right.
Because you're going to tell you about your damn business.
That's right.
You ain't gonna get no answer.
You don't get no, you're going to look at you like you got your mind. I go,
Might get
crazy.
something else.
You see how I'm stuttering?
Might get
I
something
can't even get the words out. Shoot.
That's a fact, bro.
He said, okay, go ahead,
God
read.
in you.
There shall no strange God be in thee.
And neither shalt thou worship
Neither
any
shall
strange
thou
God.
worship any strange God.
Break it down.
Any
Right.
strange God. Now, for the God to be strange, you got to look at it as strange.
That's right.
If you don't look at it as strange,
It ain't strange.
he ain't strange.
It's normal.
It's
It's
familiar.
normal.
It's familiar.
It's strange to you.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't make the gods of the people be strange to her or him.
Right.
They have to acknowledge and realize that this deity is strange. all the Jesuses and the Allahs and the Buddhas, all those deities are strange.
And the Marys.
And the Marys.
Strange.
It's strange.
Weird.
Weird.
That's what makes you weird.
And that's what makes you weird. That's right.
Come on, man.
Tom C.
I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land
He
of
said,
Egypt.
I'm the God that brought you out of the land of Egypt. He said, I'm the
I
dude
got
that
you.
delivered you.
You don't
I'm the
got-
God that got you out of there. Go ahead, read.
Remember me?
Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it.
Uh-huh.
But my people would not hearken to my voice.
So my people will not hearken to my voice. No matter what was said, no matter what God said, he said, my people will not hearken to my voice.
And Israel would none of them.
And Israel would none of me. You know what it means by none? He said, Israel would none of me. Right?
They want nothing to do with it.
No desire. He said, they don't desire me. They don't want nothing to do with me. You know, we have people today that don't want nothing to do with God. They're only here for a reason, for a season, for a time.
Mm-hmm.
Then after that reason, season, or time dwells out,
They're gone.
they vanish out like the same season them vanished out.
That's right. That's right.
They gone. Now, because you don't have no desire for God, there's no actions going to come with it. No actions. Because you don't have no desire towards God, Tom C. Oh, my bad. Where you at?
11, verse 11.
Verse 11, right? So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust. What is the word for lust? The word for lust is sherirot. Sherirot means stubborn, stubbornness or obstinacy. What is stubborn? And how can you tell when a person is stubborn? When they showing a persistent determination not to change one's mentality. Okay? When you show a persistent determination not to change the way you think. And then you start looking at me and say, oh, you look at this person or that person, you trying to brainwash me? Brainwash? This is a brainwash.
That's right.
I gotta brainwash myself.
That's right.
I can't brainwash you. You gotta brainwash your own self.
That's right.
Each and every soul gotta brainwash themselves.
That's right.
It ain't gonna work if I try to brainwash you.
How you brainwash?
All right? And how I brainwash myself is by reading this every day and accepting what I read.
Yeah.
Read it every day and accept what I read. Even though you don't accept it, tell yourself you gotta accept it.
That's right.
All right? And that's the brainwash. Right? See, you become difficult to show who the true God is. So now you won't accept the truth. You can't accept the truth. Right? Now, what verse we at again? 12? That was 12, right? Right. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him, but their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them with the finest of the wheat, and with honey out of the rock should I have satisfied them. Chapter 82. He said, God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. In the Hebrew, word for mighty is El. Is El. He said, God standeth in the congregation of gods.
Mm-hmm.
That's how God look at men.
Because we guys too.
That's right.
We die like men.
He said, you are God. He said, you are gods.
That's
When
right.
you die like men and fall like one of the princes.
That's right.
Now, the men was considered as gods, but with a little g. Little g. Why? Okay, so, and we didn't have goddesses. Oh, no.
No such thing.
There's no such thing as God. So if the man is God, don't you think they had goddesses? No.
No.
No, we didn't have goddesses.
Greek myths.
That's called, that's exactly.
It's
Greek myths.
That's right.
That's
Greek
womb
and
worship.
Roman myths.
The idea of goddesses come from womb worship.
Right. It says, how
Yeah,
long will you
womb
judge?
worship, womb worship.
How long will you judge unjustly? Right? What is unjustly? The word unjustly, it means awel. Right? Unjustly is in the manner that is not in accordance with what is right and fair by God. That's unjust. When I can go against the things that God accepts, you're unjust. When you agree with the things that God don't agree with, you're unjust. Okay? Go ahead. It said, and accept the persons of the wicked. The word for accept is nasab. When you accept the persons of the wicked, you're being partial. Right? You favor one person more than the other. And that don't count. That cannot do. Family, brothers, sisters, none of that count when we're dealing with the laws of God.
That's right. That's right.
No favoritism. Because when you're dealing with the laws of God don't have friends.
That's right.
No.
Laws of God don't have brothers and sisters.
That's right.
If you are wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, you're right. I can't argue with you, and I can't go back and forth with you. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're right, you're right. Right? Now, the other word is to accept, right? And when you accept, you give admittance or approval to. Right? Also means to regard, a feeling of respect and affection for. So whatever you regard, you respect and you have affection for it, which means you feel a certain type of way for this. Right? Tender affection for is what you are attached to that you can't let go of, like images and pictures, like Christmases and your Thanksgivings and your New Year's, and you rather be over there than here because you still have that attachment towards this.
Right.
You can't let it go.
Right.
You can't let it go. Okay? And by taking heed to these laws, by reading every day has an effect on your spirit. It helps you to be able to detach yourself from the things that God hates.
That's right.
That's why it's very important to read.
That's right.
Instead of listening to talk shows and all these movies, listening to all these things that you don't have no, work on yourself by reading the book so that you can so that you can detach yourself from the things that God hates and despises. So God could give you a different mindset so that you're able to see. So you can open your eyes so that you can understand these laws, commandments, and statutes.
Sure.
He said, and accept the persons of the wicked. He said, defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Now, we're going to go, just stay where you at right there. Right? Now, in Isaiah 10, right? In Isaiah 10, verse 2. He said, turn aside the needy from judgment and to take away the right from the poor of my people. Great emphasis, not the nations. He said the poor of my people. Because we didn't dwell amongst the nations.
Right.
We didn't dwell amongst the people.
Right.
So how God going to tell you to defend the poor and the fatherless and the widow when we only dwell amongst ourselves? He was talking about his own people.
Like everybody else
do. Every nation defended their own people in that nation. Right? He said, defend the poor and fatherless, do justice to the afflicted and needy, deliver the poor and needy, rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. The word for darkness is kasheka. Kasheka means obscurity. Obscurity means lacking showiness and prominence. Showiness is when you try to be noticed or to attract a lot of attention. That's pride. That's pride. Right? Now, this is how, now it says, if they walk on in darkness, this is how you're going to move. This is what you're going to be doing. He said, all the foundation of the earth are out of course. The foundation of the earth goes deeper than the grave. That's deeper than the abyss. That's way deep into the ground, going into the tectonic plates now. He says, out of course, it's in calamity. Right? I have said, ye are gods. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are the sons of the Most High. For ye shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. See that? That's how God look at men, as gods. He said, but you're going to fall like men. You're going to still die. Right? He said, arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. And let's go to this last chapter here. Okay, go to Psalms 37. Yeah, go to Psalms chapter 37. He said, fret not thyself because of evildoers. To fret yourself means to be angry. He said, which means, why do I get angry for things that I don't have no business getting angry for? He said, fret not yourself because of evildoers, right? Neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity. He said, but they shall soon be what? Be cut down like the grass, wither as the green herb. He said, trust in the Lord and do good, so that thou dwell in the land, and verily thou shalt be fed. Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee thy desires. He shall give thee your requests, your petitions. Whatever you ask God for, he gonna give it to you. He gonna give it to you. Why? Because I done delighted myself in what God delights in. I gotta, in order to get these petitions and requests, I gotta delight in the things that God loves.
That's right.
Right? He said, commit thy ways unto the Lord, trust also in him, and he shall bring it to pass. And he shall bring forth thy righteousness as the light, and the judgment as the noonday. He said, rest. Rest in the Lord. Right? Wait patiently for him. Fret not thyself because of him who prospereth in his ways, because of the man who bringeth wicked devices to pass. He says, cease from anger and forsake wrath. You see what God is telling him? He said, man, you ain't got to get all angry and bent out of shape. He said, relax, easy, and forsake wrath. Learn to calm yourself and pull back. He said, fret not thyself in any wise to do evil, for evildoers shall be cut off. He said, the Lord knoweth the days of the upright, and their inheritance shall be forever. And with that, all I got was bought. And I'm going to say, Shabbat Shalom. Call up the next speaker, teacher, and D, Chief Mika.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and my leader, Chief Eleazar, Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect to Chief Men, Prince Men, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel, visitors. I bid you out of tongue of all forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
We're going to the book of Samuel right now.
Get ready.
Second book of Samuel. Chapter 10. Who's reading? You're going to be right.
And it came to pass after this that the king of the children of Ammon died, and our own son reigned in his stead. Then said David, I will show loyal love to Hanun the son of Nahash, as his father showed love to me.
Now you had some people called Ammonites. They were not Israelites. They were the sons of Canaan, or the tribes of Canaan. And that their king died. And his son, his name was Hanun, reigned in his stead. So now his son is sitting on the throne. And David said, I will show kindness unto Hanun, the son of Nahash. He said, that king that's there now, I'm not going to show kindness to him. He said, it's as his father showed kindness to me. So he said, yo, that king that died, he looked out for me. And earlier on, when Absalom was trying to take over the kingdom, that same king that died, he was one of the men that provided wares and food and provision for David and his men when they was fleeing from Absalom. Not scared fleeing, fleeing from wanting to kill us. See, it's two different things. Now, see, I can stay away from you because I don't want to kill you.
That's right.
That's right. Saving myself.
Okay? Yeah. And you have other people that, man, I'm staying away from me because I'm scared of him. He gonna kill me.
Right.
And we'll go two ways.
Right.
So when you read that and it say when David fled from his father, from his son Absalom, he wasn't scared of him.
No.
Okay? He knew what was going on. He knew why his son was acting up.
Exactly.
And he didn't want to kill him. So let's make that clear.
That's right.
But that king that died was the one that provided a lot of wares and provision, blankets, bowls, food, oats, straw, this, that, something for the camels. So he said, because of what that man did when he was alive, he did good to me. He said, I'm going to do good to his son.
That's right. That's like, good.
So you're not going to be good with my father and not be good with me.
Right. That's right.
Or be good with me
And not
I
do
hate
it.
my
and not be good with my father.
Okay.
My mother too.
No,
Talk
talk
about
My mother too.
Talk
That's
about
right.
you. My
My mother too.
You
You're
don't like
not
my
going to be
father.
good with me
Yeah.
and not with my mother.
That's right. That's right.
You understand what I'm saying? And vice versa.
That's right.
Same thing with my brother.
Right.
You don't like one of my brothers? I don't like you.
That's right.
You don't like any of my sisters? I don't like you.
Yeah.
You don't like my people? I don't like your people.
Yeah.
You don't like my God? I don't like your God. How about that?
Yeah, do something.
That's what this does for you.
Yeah.
And you have to be that way to keep a separation. All of this is part of separating yourself.
That's right.
There's a mentality with it. You got to peep it. The people that come around you, they're only around you for a reason.
That's right.
Not for this.
That's right. That's right.
Right?
That's
But
right.
when the crunch time coming, and there will be crunch time.
Yeah.
You'll understand it when it comes.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't make it.
Yeah.
And they wind up living as heathen.
Yeah.
And they die living as a heathen.
Yeah.
You had your chance.
That's right.
Most people come here, get it, and then throw it away. They get it, and while they're here, listen, you're going to hear stuff that you don't like because you like it.
Right.
We're going to shoot at things that God's shooting at
That's right.
because that is part of the correction.
That's right.
All right? That's why I tell my brothers sometimes, yo, you can't blame certain people's reactions.
Right.
They don't know what we know. They haven't
Right.
trained and endured and been through and tested yet.
Right.
They're not on our level yet.
That's right.
We have to be patient with you. You guys got to be patient with us too. Don't be getting mad, okay? I don't like what he said. Because if you don't like what I said, or like what any teacher said, you don't like what God said.
That's right.
We don't make this thing up on our own.
We enforce it.
We enforce it.
That's right. That's right.
God commanded us to teach it and enforce it to our children and in our households.
That's
That's
I don't have nothing to do with it out there.
Okay. That's right.
That's an excellent point, bro.
That's right.
I like
Okay.
that point.
That's
So
right.
That's an
please,
excellent point. I like
let's
that.
all be patient with each other and learning about correcting yourself before God, because all of this is for you.
That's
All
right.
of this is for you.
Right.
All of this is for me
I like
as
that.
well.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
When it comes to the Most High God, I ain't nobody.
That's right.
And you have to think, and you have to put yourself in that state of mind.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Because if you don't, you are going to put yourself before God and say, well, look, I'm still going to eat this. I'm still going to do this. I'm still going to go here. I'm still going to do that.
All my life.
I ain't going to stop now. I don't believe this.
Right.
I like what those Israelites over there say. They're not saying what these Israelites over there say.
Yeah.
I'm going to go over there. Because I feel better. My spirit that needs to be corrected feels better. Where no correction is going on there.
I get to violate untouched.
That's right. Shake my head.
There's nobody going to tell me nothing.
I get to violate with
And I know better.
the max.
That's right. That's right.
So I heard Chief Sherman say last week, you know your strengths and your weaknesses.
Right.
Work against them.
Right.
Don't go where you know your temptation is weak.
That's right.
You know you weak for this, weak for her, weak for him,
Right.
weak for that, weak for whatever it is.
Stay away.
Stay away
You heard
from it. That's the beginning. You're not going to be able to do this. You're not going to understand it to do it until you get that out of you.
Right.
When you get that out of you, God draws you close. He show you certain things. You get closer to him and you start applying this.
Mm-hmm.
You will start understanding it. You won't get mad no more.
That's right.
You won't have a problem with thou shalt not.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Guess what? You're going to defend it.
Uh-oh.
You're going to enforce it. Man,
Uh-oh.
woman, or child.
That's right.
This is designed for man, woman, and child to
That's right.
serve God.
That's right. Oh, the kids are exempt.
If we don't have a family structure, the family ain't going to serve God.
That's right.
Everybody is not going to stay in the house.
Right.
Whoever don't stay in the house because they don't want to serve God.
That's right.
Plain and simple. You only go
That's it.
where you want to be.
That's right.
Yeah.
You only serve who you want to serve.
That's right.
Don't fool yourself. Now, if you know I'm supposed to be on this side of the field, by all means, acknowledge you on the wrong side right now.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
This is what this is about.
That's right.
This is why you hear so much, oh, wow, I can't do that. Man, I got to give this up.
Yeah,
I've been doing this for all my life. I've been eating this for
Give it
my
up,
favorite
Johnny.
dish.
Give it up, Johnny. Medium well. Give it up.
I got to redecorate my whole house. I got to throw everything away that's
That's
on
right.
my wall.
Yes, out of the picture.
I got to go and get them album material, all them albums.
Get them out.
Got people, oh, come here, girl, the family here. Yeah, break out the album. Bing, bing, bing. All that you got to throw away,
That's
man.
right.
And I'm telling you this through experience.
Yeah.
I grew up in a house where we had more images and idols and symbols than anybody. Because we thought, we didn't know. We didn't know yet
That's right.
that these things were. But we were busy fulfilling other laws. When they got completed and in time, my father said, hey, wait a minute.
That's right.
God had opened his eyes when he read it and he pinpointed images now. Now it's time to get this done.
That's right.
These are big tasks, and that's the work
That's
that
right.
this man be talking about. The work goes into your household.
Yeah.
Certain things got to stop now.
Yeah.
All types of things.
Certain things got to start now.
That's right.
And that means that certain individuals going to have to go to.
That's right.
You may have to leave. I said, man, look, I'm the only one that think like this. I'm out. It's going to happen.
I may have to separate from my
Birds-
woman.
Birds of a feather flock together.
That's right.
Like spirits attract.
Talk about it.
Okay? If we don't agree, there's going to come to a point where we separate.
Right.
And only one will be this. Because that's what making the separation. That's what breaking up the relationships. This right here.
That's right.
That's right here.
It's not really because he's this, he's that, or
Right.
she's this, or she's that.
Right.
It's this.
Break off.
Because you're happy when you got the freedom to do what you want and live how you want.
Yeah,
That's
you.
what makes people happy.
Yeah, you do
I
you.
told y'all last week, I looked for the word fun in this book. It's not in there. There's no such thing as fun. Back then, fun is folly. Folly is wickedness.
That's right.
Wickedness is any activity down to a joke that is against God. Y'all got that? From an activity, event, day, down to a joke or conversation that is not about God. That's what fun is. It has nothing to do with God. When you have fun, you wind up violating God's law.
That's right.
You trust me on that. Be aware of yourselves. This is a serious situation your life is in now. You know. Okay? Don't waste your time.
Yes.
Don't let your spirit get in the way of yourself and God. This will help you. Open yourself. Open yourself to the force. Let it flow. Open yourself to this. Let it flow through you. It will bring a spirit, godly spirit.
That's right.
Something that you don't know about yet. This is new territory, new plateau, new terrains. Walk lightly and carefully. All right? And don't look back. You know what I mean by don't look back, right? Once you cut off things,
Don't go back to it.
you can't go back to it.
That's right. Don't look back.
Once you stop what God say he don't approve of, or a lifestyle you came from, and you got people come from all walks and different lifestyles,
Right.
different lands, all types of different ideas. Some people in the same religion with two different ideas. They all come here to learn under one banner, not mine. The banner of God, the real God, the only God, the most high God.
That's right.
Everything else is fake.
That's right. Faith.
All those statues, all the this people and their God fake. That people and their God fake. Trust me, it may sound offensive, but it's the truth. The truth is offensive to people who don't believe the truth. The truth is offensive to people who don't live in the truth. You understand that? So don't be surprised. That's why I tell you, I expect that guy to act that way. Look what he do. Look what he eat. I'm talking about Israelites. I'm talking about heathens. Okay? A lot of these camps need to get regulated according to the commandments, man.
All of them.
All them camps.
4x4.
Most of the camps out here, they still worship Jake.
Yes.
I told y'all. 95% of Israelites in the world is down with the New Old and New Testament.
Right. And you will get caught up. Serving that nigga.
Okay?
That's right.
All right? You got people that all walks around saying, oh, I know I'm an Israelite. No, Israelite is not something that, oh, you just take a name. This is the way of life.
It's a walk of life.
Way. There's many walks of life. Many walks. And those are the walks of man. Those are the walks of men who don't want to walk the walk of God.
Right.
That was the whole idea of the Tower of Babel. We don't like how you governing us, God. We coming up there to see what's up. That's what that was. Pull it up. And when God came, God said, man, if I don't stop these guys,
They're going to accomplish it.
what?
They're going to accomplish
Say
it.
it again.
They're going to
And
accomplish
you have Israelites that don't believe that. You see what? I'm here in the chat. But you see astronauts, how you going to go up there? That's vacuum. It's pressurized. Listen, man. God say, this guy, whether he's right or wrong, is going to get it all. He going to get it all.
That's right.
Why did he give them the languages? And we was talking about that yesterday. And I said, yo, listen, man, this everything in here is real. All these stories that you hear, some supernatural stuff be going on. You just read about a boy that came back to life. See, God does all of these things. That's why he said you don't need magic.
Right.
You don't need magic. You don't need witchcraft. voodoo, all the different names that it has in different cultures of the world. Okay? It started in Africa. It started with Canaanites, Babylonians, and Egyptians. Okay? Healers. Oh, go to the healer. That healer is a magician, a wizard, and he deals with demons and spirits. Yeah, you're going to get healed, but at a cost. And for him to perform this act, he has to do something abominable. He got to lay with you. Or you got to drink his blood. Or you understand what I'm saying? Things that are abominable in this book, that's how they govern themselves in that world.
That's right.
And in that world, it's so ancient that it's been modernized. And you do it and don't know that you're a part of magic and voodoo as well as worshiping of other gods. Because it's made general. These days you go to the store and buy.
Right.
You see it on the TV. There's songs made out of it.
In school.
I don't want to talk about school yet.
Dangerous.
Man. School? The kids learn everything in school.
That's
man.
Right. That's right.
Whatever wickedness they learn in the house,
They learn in school.
they learn 90% in school.
That's right.
Freakiness, lewdness, being bad, stealing, junk, all of that they learn in school. What you think them kids be doing in school? The teacher not watching all the time. We all know that.
Yeah.
The teacher not watching all the time. It's action going down in the bathroom, all in the halls, behind the staircase.
Right.
Girls don't belong back there.
That's right.
There's a bunch of dudes back there. And
Right.
she go to the back staircase. I remember all that in public school. It goes down in school.
Back staircase.
But you got to be in your children. There's a lot of counseling that you have to do with these children. And you have to make them understand that going out there in the street and following these kids is going to lead to your ruin.
That's right.
That's why they don't listen to their parents. 10 years old, 7 years old. Don't have a mama. Don't have a father. Don't listen to mama. And even if they do, they don't listen. Only thing left to do with this child is kill him. So they leave him alone.
Don't say that, man.
That's what. Look. I've heard people in the world say that, man. This is a common thing. Nobody is going to allow their child to just turn on them. Nobody. In their right mind.
That's right.
I tell people, you have one. Let me see you take that. Let me see you take. What you telling me? Let me see your son tell you that, and you take that from him, or your daughter tell you that, and you take that from her. Why should I take that? Now, if we don't have this thing called family structure, the family ain't gonna be together doing these commandments.
Right.
Be ready for change. When you change yourself with God, everything around you changes.
That's right.
Right.
All right? Your environment, your house, your work, everything. How you do things, your days, everything gets changed up.
How you treat it.
Say that again?
How you treat it.
Everything gets changed up.
Everything.
And you will see it as you go on in your life with it. All right? So these are one of the things that you do for a person that show kindness to you. Sometimes a person show kindness to you, hey, you ain't asked. But they see you need. Or they say, man, I give everybody else. I didn't give this guy here. You gotta remember these things.
That's bountiful life.
And then now these people have children.
That's right, Chief.
I said, man, I'm gonna go over there, I'm gonna comfort this dude. He's supposed to smile. He's gonna be, you know what I'm saying? People gonna come through. Because his father did me good. Yeah. So I told her, I said, yo, I've been better to see a lot of people, man, that you don't even know. Because he did my papa did a lot of good to people out there, man. He saved a lot of people's lives. Well, man, a lot of people was about to die. He said, man, no, because of who he was, the goons listened. So I said, yo, man, I can't respect my brother. Because, I remember one day, man, Abba did this, Abba did that for me, man. That's the same what we're reading right now.
That's right.
These are the ways.
That's right.
We know thou shalt not steal. We know all that, right? These are the ways we got to start acquiring. Who good with your father, good with you. Yo,
Right.
who's good with my
All
son?
right.
Who good with my son is good with me.
Okay.
Who good? Yeah, yo, yeah, man. No. That's my son, man, right there. Bring him over here. You come over here. That's what David did with Jonathan's son.
That's right.
He made you eat at my table because your father was my man.
Right.
It's up to you, the one to mess that up.
Right.
And if you honor your father, you would do that.
Okay.
You continue. See, he said the debts, everything that your father left there, friends, everything, beef, whatever. You pick it up and you complete it. Complete the works. So his father showed kindness unto me, so I'm going to show kindness unto him. He said, and David sent to comfort him by the hand of the servants for his father.
And David's servants came into the land of the children of Ammon.
Now he sent messengers, he sent servants there. Right? Now they're in their house. They're not in Israel. They're in another person's land now. They're in their house in Ammon country.
And the princes of the children of Ammon said to Hanun their lord, thinkest thou that David honors thy father, that he has sent comforters to thee? Has not David rather sent his servants to thee to search the city and to spy it out?
Yo, back then, people were skeptic of people outsiders.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Joab was skeptic of outsiders. Yeah. See how he was with him and his brothers. They covered the throne. They don't care who you are. You a threat, you dead.
That's right.
Man had 10 armor bearers.
That's right.
How much weapons he got?
That's right. Joab.
He said, man, I'm gonna kill this dead dog right now. He said, hold up, man, that's the king. You can't kill a king. Yeah, but I know he's wrong, but he's still the king. But if he ain't stop him, he ain't the one in there and cut his head off. Because my only job is to make sure nothing happens to this man.
Right.
That's it. That's why they were so hard. David's men was hard. Because they worked for a man and they protected and rode with a man, a godly man. Okay? That's why they were so hard. When David went up and prayed, they prayed.
That's right.
Whatever David did, they did.
Right.
He said, yo, man, you can have some of the showbread. This is bread that only the priest can eat. The regular people don't eat this bread.
Right.
He said, yo, I know y'all ain't had nothing to eat, huh? He said, look, man, have you ever been away from woman? 3 days.
Yeah, 3 days without woman.
Have they been for 3 days without woman? He said, yeah. He said, all right, then good. So what's levels to this?
Oh, yeah.
After a while, the man accomplished with his woman what they set out, to have children, teach them, bring them up. After a while, ain't no more sex going on. That's why Sarah said, me and my husband. Seeing how old we was, she didn't say, we have a son. That's right. She said, there's only one way we having a son. But my husband get in that bed with me. No ghost business.
No injection.
No injection.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? If we don't do that, then here, take Hagar. Surrogacy. Take Hagar, and you, boom, 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 boom. That's how, that was it. There was nothing else beyond that. There was nothing else behind that, man. Okay? And those are their ways. Don't you?
So Hanun took David's servants and shaved off the one half of their beards and cut off their garments in the middle to their buttocks and sent them away.
I said, man, these guys are spies. We don't trust them, man. They only came here, they waited till your father died. Now, there are people that are like that. You gotta watch out. That when certain people are not around, you got a group that start coming around now. There's a certain group come around, certain individuals come around. And never was coming around before. But when this guy's not here, the enforcer or the one that kept everything tight is not around, loose people start coming around. So you got to watch out for that. But they were wrong in this instance. They said, man, listen, man, he sent his men here to spy you out. Okay? He was waiting for your father to die. Don't let people put stuff in your head about somebody else that's not true. Okay? That's his what you call that? That's what's in his mind.
Because his mentality.
That's what he conjured up in his head. That's his suspicion. Suspicion don't make it true. Now you eyeing a man every time he come around. You say, hey man, you all right? So yeah, every time I come in now, man, everybody on me, man. It was never like that before, but somebody don't say something about you, man. Somebody's talking about you. So they said, man, he's here to spy. So what they did when the servants came, he said they shaved off half of their beards, so half of their face. Everything is clean, nothing here. That is to clown them. That was to clown them. Okay? Because they had full beards. So when they shave off half, you look like a clown. Okay? So that was their insults to David. Okay? Whatever you stand on, we're gonna spit on it. We're gonna shut it down. And that's gonna be an insult to you and your God. That's what they were doing. He said, and cut off their garments in the middle. When you read in the Hebrew, the word for garments is robes. And that's all they wore. Now, when you take a robe and you cut it in the middle, where's it gonna be at? In my groin area, where my buttocks is at. In this area, in my lower area, after my abdomen. And that's where shirts, dashikis, togas, every form of t-shirts, that's where they all come from. They are all shortened and cutted forms of a robe. This was the first thing everybody wore in the earth. Everybody wore robes. The first world was all in robes. Okay? And that's when man started, other people that don't serve God saw a different fashion, because these are the same robes that God put on Adam and Eve. They were dressed like Tarzan and Jane. God said, no. That means bathing suits, Speedo, all that is out the question.
Uh-oh.
That's right.
Say it one more time, brother.
Bathing suits, Speedos, swimming trunks, all bikinis, dogs, all that stuff is out the question.
God frowned at that.
Can't reveal your nakedness. He looked at them and he said, yo, y'all tried, but y'all don't know yet. You knew you was naked, but you didn't know what your nakedness is. Your nakedness for a man, okay, is from his knees down. Okay? He can reveal his arms, he can reveal his neck, he can reveal his face. But the abdomen and trunk area to the knees, he cannot reveal.
So you can't wear a short t-shirt, huh?
Nah.
Bulging.
Nah. Remember, all those shirts, all tops, even the coat you put on. You know why it's called a coat? Robes were the first coat. If it's cold outside, right? I'm going outside. They don't own coats. They didn't buy coats. They didn't make coats.
But a few robes.
I take my silk robe off, and I put a wool one on, a heavy robe. That is called a coat in Old English. Okay? All attire came from robes. Okay? They just cut it. Some of them go like this and cut this area. So you got this whole chest, my nipple out, everything. That's Greek. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Toga parties.
That's right.
And what they do there. Freak out. See, the dress wear go with the people. So when they see these robes, they say, oh, yo, you know who they are. So when they did that, it was what? A disgrace, an insult. Right or wrong?
That's right.
Because they didn't wear nothing that came here. Nothing. The woman didn't wear nothing that came here. Nakedness for a woman is her neck. All here, all of this, because we look at all this from her wrist up, has to be covered. This is a woman's nakedness. Her shoulders.
Oh, yeah.
All this is her nakedness.
Yeah.
Okay? Her whole leg, ankle, and heel is her nakedness.
Different.
In Israel, with this God, with Israelites.
That's right.
Moses,
Right.
with those people, that's what the nakedness is. Nakedness is not what you or me or we were taught or what we think or was shown is. Because as you can see, everybody shows their nakedness. It's about being naked.
That's right.
Okay, especially for the woman. It's so ridiculous. It's all over it. Like, look at this now. Now everybody want to show it all. You see how disgusting it is now? Yeah. Old ladies too. Little girls in Pampers. Everybody, men, turn feminine and dressing like women. Now, you think you're running down on a woman? It's a man. Oh man, there's a woman coming down the block. It's walking like a woman from far away. Switching, hips gliding. When you get close, it's a big, that's a dude. Who this dude walking down here? Get close, you see breasts. It's a woman. So, I read when he was reading earlier, it said with God that formed thee, right? The Hebrew word for formed, you know what it also means? That made a gender. When I formed you, I've made a gender. Either it's going to be male or female. Yeah. When he said, the God that formed you, he genderized you. Why are people saying there's no gender? I'm no gender. I'm not male or female. Even in the cartoons, you see aliens come from Mars. It's either a male or female. And that's a cartoon. God made he said male and female created he them. So when he formed humans, it's either going to be a male or female. So when a hermaphrodite, you know what a hermaphrodite is? A human being that was born with both genitals, a woman's genitals and a man's genitals, both parts. A lot of babies are being born with both parts, and the parents decide whether it's going to be a girl or boy. Those are curses. Kids didn't come out like that back then. Those are heavy, heavy curses. And over in time, the people in the world, everybody in the world, their wickedness is rising to heights. So this way you're getting kids coming out looking like that. When another kid come out, his head is big. Huge, man. Huge. You got 2 girls born like this. Joined here. Boom. Walking around like this. That really exists. It said monsters. He said there's going to come a time in the latter days that monsters will be born. Okay? He said you got premature babies coming out. They're going to start talking. They said, oh, wow, look. These kids today, they're smarter. See, right? Prophecy of God.
Prophecy of God.
We're saying they're smarter, they're wicked. They're adapting quick because they have to hurry up and die quick.
Right.
The generations are dying quicker and quicker and quicker. So they have to hurry up and grow up and mature up and get this stuff off, like God said, and die. Ain't that something? We look at a lot of things and say, but you don't even know. This is proof and a sign of what God said that is about to come because it started already. We are in the last days.
That's right.
Yeah. People say we are in it because all the signs of the latter days have come to pass. In the book of the Apocrypha, said the moon going to turn into blood. And now we got the eclipse of moons, a red eclipse, red moons. Right? Oh, man, we come by something, man. Listen, those who are aware of these signs ain't excited to see that. Listen, man, I said, red moon. I came in my room, was watching the news, and he was talking about it. It's the first time I ever heard about it. They said, yeah, red moon coming up this Sunday. Get your glasses. And people are going to certain parts of the country just to see that. You know that, right? People spending $1,000 ticket to fly over to go to this city so that they can see a sign that's called the heaven. He said, don't be dismayed at the signs of heaven. Right. Whatever go on up in there in the heaven ain't got nothing to do with you. Right. God got it active up there. Right. Think it's just active here? He said he made the whole universe. He filled up the firmament. You think it's just the earth here? There's stuff all around out there. He said, when you look up there, do not be driven to worship it. Because it's going to be awe-inspiring. You're going to see some stuff like, whoa, you don't naturally see this. Leave that alone. You know how easy it is to serve another God? You don't have to have an idol in front of you.
Yeah.
You know that?
Yeah.
You don't have to bow down to it. You don't have to go into a church, or you don't have to do that, man.
Just walk in their way.
Right.
All you got to do is walk in their ways.
That's right.
Follow the people who serve those gods.
That's right.
You don't have to go nowhere near it.
Just walk in their way.
Order your house the same way Johnny orders his house across the hall.
That's right.
When everybody is enjoying these holidays, your house is supposed to be quiet.
That's right.
And now today, everybody quiet, we making the noise
That's right.
in the name of God.
That's right.
Tomorrow is a work day for me, right? For the world, it's not a work day.
They're worshipers.
It's that they're worship.
Sun worshippers. They're sun worshippers.
Okay?
They worship the sun.
Think about it, man. God didn't make it that
They
way.
worship the sun.
Man made it that way. Why? Why?
To benefit him.
And put it all on, look, benefit me by what? By having y'all pay up for these holidays, birthdays, Thanksgivings, because it doesn't mean nothing. It's all dead idols you're doing this to.
That's
Oh,
right.
but it brings the family together. Family's supposed to be together already. This keeps the family together.
That's right.
That may bring the family together for 1 year, but this keeps the family together. We come together every week. Right or wrong?
That's right.
We come together 52 times a year.
Yeah.
The Shabbat comes up 52 times a year.
That's right.
52 weeks. Then we got the feast days that are ordained by God in Leviticus 23 and Deuteronomy 14. Outside of that, I don't acknowledge it. I don't have to.
That's right.
You're doing you.
I don't have to.
Okay.
All right? They say Hanukkah. Okay. Hanukkah was for those people at that time.
Okay.
And they say, yeah, but look, they set it a standard. Yeah, they're still in Jerusalem. They have the altar. That's why they did that. It was a party. Because we got it back. We got the altar back. We can offer our sacrifices to God again because it was shut down.
That's what I did.
It was desecrated.
The rededication of the altar.
So this was a party thing.
That's right.
This was not meant to be kept like the Shabbat.
No.
And there should be no new days or events made.
That's right.
There is no new days or events made. I mean, you know what? Like we tell the sisters, you have a baby, so we expecting a party soon when you wean that child.
Yeah.
You know what weaning is?
Okay. Yeah, tell it.
Abraham threw a party in his house
When you take the baby
because
off
his
the
son
breast,
Isaac
took him off the breast.
was taken off the breast
That's
now.
right. The party now.
And he threw a party for that. And God said that was good. God approved of it. Big party. Everybody pull up, drinking. So in here today, we keep that same tradition.
That's right.
I have a son. I'm gonna have sons. My brothers don't have sons. And look. We lived out of town. We didn't live out here then when I had my sons. When I had my sons, I didn't live in Brooklyn. Come down, boy, I'm coming down heavy with boxes of wine. We was in here partying. What's the occasion? Who birthday? Nobody's birthday. My son is being circumcised. He's getting something done that the world don't get done.
That's right.
Most men walking around here uncircumcised.
Yes. Uncircumcised.
Do you know
Stink as hell.
that when God told Abraham to circumcision, when he taught him what this is, nobody in the world was circumcised?
That's right. Nobody in the world.
Nobody was. This makes you unique. Now you can. All right. Now you can serve God. You get certain heathen spirits off you.
Right.
Because they're calling the uncircumcised do things like this. The uncircumcised, their mindset is going to be automatically, because from the time this boy was born, right, from a baby, that skin's still there. And I can't explain that to you. You got to ask God why it affects men like that. It's a spiritual thing with God and man. Remember, he made us. He made us. It's like how you make a robot. He said, well, look. But guess what? When he made us out of nothing. Yeah. Dirt formed into this. Right. Eyeballs, cartilage, veins, blood, deoxyribonucleic nucleic acid, all of these things in science, God made it. Okay? God made it. I don't care what you hear or see. God is in it. He allow it or he don't allow it. Okay? God is in it. Nothing get past him. That's right. He is the maker of all things. That's right. That's right. Okay? That's why praying is good. It's just to praise his name. Because he had to keep reminding them of who he was. He said, I'm the Lord that got you out of Egypt, man. What's up? What y'all doing? I'm the one that got you out of jail, man. I bailed you out. Remember me? You owe. That's right. That's right. Remember me? Huh. Yeah. You crying to that God. You crying to this pole. You went and took my sacrifices that I got set up to help you get your sins off. That's what all those sacrifices was for. For them to be clean before God. Ain't no sacrifices now. There's only certain things that you can do to get rid of sin. As if it was a sacrifice. One of them is honoring your father. It said the honoring your father take it away iniquity. It takes away, I don't care what you did, it wipes away iniquity. Even after he died, and you still honor what he would expect of you, and you honor commands that he left with you. Right. Right. And you still honor stuff that he didn't say. And how he ever left it, you keep it that way, that's honor. Man, you know what, man? You deserve to die. What you did was violation, man. You deserve it. You know what? I remember you was with my dad, man. Yeah. It was my Abba, man. Yeah. You was locked up with him. Same thing you went through, you was on the run with him. That's right. That's what he said with that. That's David. David was on the run. Solomon. He said you was on the run with him. Yeah. You know what on the run is? Anyone of y'all been on the run before? It ain't pretty. You can't do what you want to do. You can't just randomly go to the store. You're not using no credit card, no debit card. This is out. You running for the Lord. This is dead. Throw this away. They're going to find you. This is an ID and a GPS at the same time. Live GPS. You know what it is, man? He said, yo, man, you went through a lot with my father. And that overrides the violation you did to me. That's right. Ain't that something? Hey, yo, if they would have had their way, they would have killed Solomon now. Yeah. This, you know, if these guys would have had their way, Solomon would have been dead, Bathsheba would have been dead, Nathan the prophet would have been dead, everybody who still was on David's side would have been dead. And Solomon's older brother, Adoniah, would have been the king, because he's the one that set this revolt off. Joab switched sides. Abiathar switched sides. Don't switch sides where it look good at. That's right. Don't, man, yeah, we over here serving God. Nobody got money over here. That's where you're wrong at. We get money when God sees fit when we need it. Right. Okay? We're not like the heathen with God. That's not our portion. Right. God said the people who do this, don't look for $1 million. Don't look for 350 million. You're not going to be successful in that range. That's for these people. That's your portion. Okay? This is your portion. And what come with it after you leave here. That's right. Which is a great reward. It is a reward that is greater than all the money you can have and spend. Okay. I'm going to ask you a question. What if you owned all the money in the world? Nobody else had money. And only you had money. You can't do nothing with it. So what is money? Who you going to buy from? Who going to buy from you? How these things going to go down? You got all the money. Nobody has money in the world. What good is it? Right or wrong? Think about it. What good is the money now? You got all the money in the world. Get rich. Okay, you know what? Get rich. Yeah. Take all the money in the world. Now what? What you gonna do with it now? You can't do nothing with it now. You got to burn it. You got to burn it for fuel. So it's not about that. Money is a means. Money is a means to progress your lifestyle. So money should be a means for you to progress your lifestyle.
Right.
You buy garments, you get material. Okay? The woman, man, you got women, buy her garments, buy her material. You know what I'm saying? Teach her how to sew. Because we know how to sew. When we meet women, and we got to teach them how to sew. Some of me, you got to teach them how to cook too. It's all right. Sometimes you got to teach me, I'll teach you. That's what we become one at, man. But we got to look together. I can't be all looking like an Israelite and you look like a Rastafarian woman or a regular woman on the street. Or she look like a daughter of Zion, and I got a blaze and a tux on with a little bow tie. Or I got just you know, a little dashiki here, a little kid. See what this brother got on his head? It covers his whole head, right? But the little ones that put right here like that, and that's it. Little skull. Right on top of here with a little bobby pin in there. Bing, and a suit on. All I got is this, and then a suit on. That's how you go to court. That's how the lawyers dress up to go to court. She looked at my lawyer and said, he was dressed to go golfing. And he was an old schooler. So he dressed old school. He got the big golf pants. They had everything. He did it on purpose to stall time. Because you're not supposed to be dressed like that in the court. So there's a dress wear. That means it's a dress code. That means that is your ID. That is your ID. We're not supposed to be mistaken for anybody.
That's right. That's right.
For anybody. Because this is what makes a difference. So that's why they did this. Shaved off his beard, cut the garments even to the middle of their buttocks. They didn't wear nothing that revealed the loin area, men or women. The woman didn't wear cleavage. Some women are top heavy. Some men are bottom heavy. Some woman is bottom heavy in the back. All right? We don't want to see it. That's how it look. Right or wrong, y'all?
Right.
Flare it out. Give it room. That's how our people dress. That's how God wanted. He wants decent looking people in robes.
That's right.
That's what he wants.
I know.
Not no freaky looking people, man. I don't want everybody looking at what my woman got. She shouldn't want everybody to see what she only got for her husband. You can't see my goods. My goods is for him.
You want to show everybody, get away from
The only one I dance for is him.
You got the blood of a whore in her.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, that's the characteristic of whores. And it doesn't know. You call me on that stuff because you don't know. You're doing what everybody else does. That is the way of the world now. All the women making songs tell the woman to leave their man alone. He ain't acting right. He got to do what you say. Kick him out. Yo, then the other day, somebody was attacking you. He came up and ran down on him. Wasn't you going to get robbed and your man came and defended you? So what? He gets you mad. So what? Get me mad. I don't say it's over. Why it's always over with the woman? Give me a divorce. Give me a divorce. That's why women be asking for divorces. Look. And I didn't see men give no divorce, and I didn't see women asking for it. Both ways, man. No, man, you know what? I can take this. He take a lot of my stuff. Can't you say that sometimes? Sometimes you make stuff difficult. Yeah, I know sometimes we make it difficult too. Yeah. But that's, look. All that is the test. Because we got to still stick to what God said. God said, you man, because you listen to your wife, you got to go out there and sweat. You got to make money. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to build. Nothing coming easy. I made it easy for you. Now, nothing coming easy for you. And while you trying to get right, stuff going to happen.
That's right.
You didn't have to violate. So you know that, right?
That's right.
This is out. It's out. It's up.
All because you listen to your wife.
Because this one man listened to his wife. So it set off a bunch of things that is not right now in the world.
That's right.
They say you
Let them run it, man.
Yeah, you're not equal.
let him run it.
No equal. Why you under him?
Listen, man, he was here first.
So God told you.
You know what I'm saying?
Let him run it.
When I give the command, I give it to him first.
Let him run it.
Right, man? You're gonna cause a problem. You see what you did, right?
As a matter of fact, let him rule you.
Look,
That's right.
That's what God said.
look,
That's right.
he has my mind,
That's right.
right? You came out of his rib. He was made out of my image.
Talk about it, man.
Let him run it, man.
Let him rule you.
Let him run it, man.
Yeah.
That's
That's
right.
what God said.
And everything will be
Be
fine.
smooth.
You think
Everything will be smooth.
You just gonna go through it when you get pregnant.
That's
And
right.
he no. And he's gonna go through it. He go work. He go this. He looking. He said a man looking a dragon's mouth.
Yeah.
Let me tell y'all something, man.
Yeah, talk about
He
it,
said a
man.
man looking a dragon's mouth. He go up where angels scared to tread, man. Men would look for who?
But it's woman.
For who?
It's woman.
For who?
It's woman. Bring it all to her.
Yeah, man.
Bring it all to her.
Yeah. So you know what I'm saying? Let's get our priorities straight. Because it's time to go all out. Look, man. Just this past week, a woman got violated on this block. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I did Jackson.
Look, man, ain't no real action went down till her husband came. When her husband came, he didn't talk. Hey, yo, I know she, I know the woman, she give her mess with my woman. Look, man, y'all cut my man. What y'all did to my woman? Take her, cut her up in pieces, send her out to everybody. Yo, why you cut your woman up? Because he started. That's why.
You gonna bring the trap.
They ain't had to do that to her. Oh, but she was a whore. That was my whore. Whatever it was, that's my woman.
That's right.
That's my woman. I see homeless people. He like this. That's his woman, man. Look, man, you go messing with her. He gonna try his best to defend her. I've seen women say, "Hey, baby, what happened? You gonna let this man talk to me like that?" Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Give it up. Let's give it up with too, because we look danger in the eye for our women and our kids. Right or wrong?
Right.
Right or wrong? Dude ain't seen the baby mama in 5 years. But let something happen to her. You understand what I'm saying?
No.
Because you got kids with her. So let's have a heart with each other, man. He said he do all these things. We bring it back home to who? His woman.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, yo, I know, baby girl. I know, but let her run it. Let her run it. Then you could become one. That's the only way.
There's no 50-50.
Oh no.
It was like that already.
It was like that already.
You see what happened? We all die
See what
now.
happened.
Definitely work.
We all die now.
Now it's no 50-50.
You know? You know, leave it where it's at now. Everybody had their fault. They say, she ate it. You didn't have to eat it. Right or wrong?
That's right.
So you're going to get it because you listen to her.
Right.
You getting it because you ate it.
You do what you want to do.
And you knew I said not to eat it.
That's right.
Now you started all of this. You went messing with them, man. In their innocence. You know what he was doing.
Yeah.
Serpent.
Yeah.
You know what he was doing.
Yeah.
When somebody come to you with a rule that is established and come and ask you, so is that really a rule now?
Really going down like that?
You really can't bring that in here?
Check that.
You sure you ain't got nothing on you right now?
Check that.
Because you know the rule, what you asking for. You know what God said, don't you?
When he told it to David, he said to me though, because the men were greatly ashamed. And the king said, remain at Jericho until your beards are grown.
They ain't want nobody to see them like that,
Go to
man.
Jericho.
All right, now I could easily get off. You know, they cut my robe, right? Okay, I take it off, I throw that away, I put a robe on. What about my face now? I gotta wait till the other half of my face grow.
Right.
It's weird.
Right.
If you go outside right now with half a beard cut, That's gonna look great.
The weirdos is gonna look at you weird.
You're gonna get a double look. Like,
The weirdos look
did he have a surgery here? Did he get shot here or something? Why is that happening? So you see, you see y'all laughing? Israelites gonna laugh at them. Oh shoot, look at this, look at these clowns. Yeah. So they were ashamed because they know they're not supposed to look like that. So he said, man, they stayed away. They didn't come into the city. They sent the messenger to let David know what was going on. And the reason why I didn't come present myself to you is because I'm ashamed.
Right.
I don't want you to see me with a bald head. I didn't do it. They grabbed them up, man, and did that to them. But you're still not going to see me like that.
Willingly now.
A newcomer could come around and think in his head he could do that. It's cool. Yeah. So lead by example, they stayed away. Okay? And David said, stay in Jericho.
That's right, Jericho.
Okay? There's a city called Jericho where Joshua and the people surrounded the city for 7 days straight. Nobody said a word. It's called sonic energy. Okay? Sounds make vibrations. And over millions and millions of people shouting at one time that was quiet for 7 days. That's a loud, that's a shout that shook the earth. And it broke the wall. We don't need technology. All we need is God. Yeah. It's the same as if they had a big giant machine that they have now, a sonic disruptor. You know that. They have these things now that will liquefy you. It's a blast of sound. You ever been next to them big speakers in the club? Boom, boom, boom. You feel it, right? Yeah. Imagine 300,000 megahertz in the form of a gun. That's what happened at that put him outside. That's the Jericho. So he said, look, stay at Jericho because nobody was there. Jericho was abandoned. Right. They beat it down. Right. And killed all the people. So it's a ghost city. Right. So y'all could go there and chill in the ghost city. Nobody gonna see y'all. You ain't gotta be, you know what I'm saying? Until your bears grow back. Tough shit. So one dude, he asked my father one time to say, hey, Chief, let me interview you, man. You know what I'm saying? I want to interview you. I know interviews are very famous these days on YouTube. Everybody want to get interviewed to do interviews. He said, man, look, man, you ain't got no hair on your face. Shave your beard, shave your head, it's bald. He said, I will let you interview me when you grow hair on your head and on your face. The interview never happened.
And to this day, he's still bald.
The interview never happened. You know why?
You're right.
That was the deal. Grow it back, and I'll give it an interview. Interview never happened.
Can't get right.
He didn't grow it back.
Can't get right. That's a character of life. Can't get right.
Verse 6. And when the children of Ammon saw that they stank, I got it, Kaza. And when they saw that they stank before David, the children of Ammon sent and hired the Syrians of Beth-Ero and the Syrians of Zobah, 20,000 footmen, and of King Maacah, 1,000 men, and of Ishto, 12,000 men. So it said, now, you know what we did to them guys, right? You know, David and them, smart now. You can't just be ridiculing people and doing certain things to people and think nothing else is going to happen. People, not everybody going to react the same. Okay? So they're telling them right now, look, man, get ready for war. Our names stink right now in David Mount. Right? You know what that means? They tighted us for what we did. We know they coming. Get ready. So they went and they hired Syrians, other heathens. They hired them, mercenaries, bounty hunters, all of these guys. You could buy yourself an army back then. And when David heard of it, he sent Joab, the general, the captain of his host. So all the hosts of the mighty men. This is not everybody. It's not regular soldiers. You had certain men in the army that were mightier They were mighty men. These guys, they got a name amongst the regular guys. These are the guys that would have got medals. All right? And the children of Ammon came out and put battle in array at the entering in of the gate. And the Syrians of Zobah, Rehob, Ishtob, and Maacah were by themselves in the field. All the enemies was gathered up in the field now by themselves. And when Joab saw that the front of the battle was against him, he said, man, the front line is hard. That's what it means to be against me. They got it. We won't be able to penetrate. We're going to get hit. We're going to get hit bad. Strategist, war strategy. Even now in the streets, you have to use this.
That's right. That's right.
Okay? Can't go off half-cocked. You know what half-cocked mean, right? More mad than using your brain.
That's right.
Because you're going to make it, yo, you right in what you're about to do, but you have to use your head.
Right now.
Because you always got two enemies. Right. The one that'll kill you and the one that'll put you in jail. Right. Okay? Guess what? They both will do it too. That guy out there, he'll call him on you and he'll kill you. He'll do either one. And then you got the authority. Right. They do both. Right. So you got everything against you. You gotta use your head. They don't like you because you don't eat what they eat.
Right.
They don't like you because you ain't outside with them today. Right. When they come and you sitting downstairs, they know it's not time now. Keep it moving. Separation, man. Certain Israelites ain't coming here today. And if they do, they're spending 10 minutes and they leaving because it's too strict. Ain't no conversations in the back going on. Yeah. Everybody's full front line and center. Right. Attentive to the ears with their ears to God. Right. That's how it was. I mean, we have to be organized and serious with this.
The children of Ammon came out and put the battle in array at the entrance of the gate. And Ramazobah and Rehob and Ishtob and Maacah by themselves in the open country.
I got it, because verse 10. And the rest of the people he delivered into the hand of Abishai, his brother. So they split. He said, we can't all come here. We got to split. Come out like roaches on these guys. Okay? He went one way. Abishai, his brother, took another company. And he said, if the Syrians be too strong for me, then thou shalt help me. But if the children of Ammon be too strong for thee, then I will come and help thee. So while you over there fighting them, if you need help, I'm going to come over there. If I need help, you come over here. But we hitting them from two different spots. Be of good courage, and let us play the men for our people and for the cities of our God. Yes. Play back here means kill. Go to war. Battle with swords. Play means we play with each other with swords. We play the dance of death with swords. It's a saying. It's an old English saying. On guard, let us play with us. That's right. That's how they spoke. That's right. Okay? So when you hear play, the play you hear today is for kids. That was the original play. Man-made play. That type of stuff you know now. And Joab drew nigh. Nigh means near. He drew near. And the people that were with him unto the battle against the Syrians, and they fled before him. When the children of Ammon saw that the Syrians were fled, then fled they also before Abishai, and entered into the city. So Joab returned from the children of Ammon and came to Jerusalem. And when the Syrians saw that they were smitten before Israel, they gathered themselves together. And Hadarezer sent and brought out the Syrians that were beyond the river that they're talking about, Damascus. There's a river in Syria called Damascus. Once you cross that Damascus River, you're about to head into Lebanon, into Israel. Verse 17, and when it was told David, he gathered all Israel together and passed over Jordan and came to Helam. And the Syrians set themselves in array. Okay, we're going to flip that now. Okay, next chapter. And it came to pass after the year was expired, at the time when kings go forth to battle. Now, there were times in the ancient time, there were rules for war. Rules of, today it's called rules of engagement. right? See Russia? They cheat. The rules of engagement, they're not supposed to use chemical warfare. That's the rules of it. Like if me and you go to war, certain weapons we must not arm and weaponize against each other with. Okay? Because it's going to destroy everything. When I win, I won. What did I win?
Yeah.
I beat you, but you bombed me up. I bombed you up. So they say rules. There's rules of engagement, and this is part of it. Saying it came to pass after the year was expired, at the time when kings go forth to battle. There was a time in the year that if I was going to go to war with you, you know when that time is. Okay, and that time expired. This is not the time now. It's like going on tour. I'm home from tour now. I'm home off the duty of touring. You know what I'm saying? You go to Iraq, you on tour. He said, David sent Joab and his servants with him and all Israel, and they destroyed the children of Ammon. That what we read in the previous chapter was started with the children of Ammon. It went on for years. With these guys. These guys are warriors. They were bred to be warriors from children. Okay? They were taught to drink the blood of their victims in war. Yeah. So that they would gain the strength of their victims. This is voodoo. This is witchcraft. It's also in war. Certain African countries, I go to war with you, your village, I kill you, I take your head, shrink it, and I put it here. Oh, I got it around here. Okay? It becomes now like a good luck charm. You see, everything that's for good luck really invokes evil spirits and demons. Okay? It has nothing to do with God. It has nothing to do with deities. These things are straight dealing with demonic spirits. All right? And that was in every element in Canaanite lives. They did this. This was their thing. Okay? That's why our lifestyle with God is unique, is holy, set apart from all these things that the people, psychics, astronomy, fortune tellers, cards. You see those 52 deck of cards? Yeah. Those 52 deck of cards is a smaller version of tarot cards. They just made games out of it. The whole purpose of making those cards, the 52 deck, is to tell your future. That's what the King of Diamonds, King of Hearts, each and every one of them represent north, south, east, west. It's crazy stuff, y'all. And it goes into supernatural stuff. It works, but you abominate yourself. Right. That's why God said, I have not suffered you, Israel, to go that route. I will tell you what's going to be coming. You ain't got to burn a candle and look at people's palms. The prophet is right there. He's going to tell you what's going to be to come. Moses said, come, let me tell you guys what's going to become of you in the latter end. That's what Moses said, right or wrong? That's right. He said, come here. He said, I'm going to let y'all know what's going on. It wasn't nice. What Moses told him wasn't nice. He said, I know for a fact, when y'all get into the land, y'all ain't going to do these commandments. You're going to go back to doing all your craziness. Okay? And guess what's going to happen? He's going to kick you out the land. He's going to kill you. He's going to destroy you from off the face of the planet. That's what's going to happen. All right? The last chapter in Malachi, when we break, look at the last verse in Malachi. See, certain things, I don't want to read it out here. I like for people to read it personally to themselves because it's a declaration, it's an impact being made. Okay? The last verse in Malachi. Malachi is the last book in the Old Testament. Go to the last book, to the last chapter, to the last verse, because it sums up everything. Nothing else matters, y'all. For real, nothing else really matters, man. We're just caught up. We're caught up in the worldly things. Ezra said, I left the worldly things alone to the point where I have my children with my woman. There's no need for us to have sex or do anything no more. Matter of fact, I'm not even in that house no more. I'm up in the cave. Ezra was dwelling in a cave. Y'all know that? Most of those men were in caves. They were not even around their family. He's just on another level. The man always does it. Yeah. And the sons follow through after the man completes his life. Right? That's how it goes. That's how God set up the godly. That's how it goes. So it wasn't like they was all wicked or nothing. No, it's just his time. He's the one that brought him into this. He's been advanced when you realize this. So it's his time to go and complete his cycle with God. So at a certain point in time, things that excite you ain't gonna excite me. I look at it as ungodly. I look at it as this is vanity. That's right. You ain't gonna get nothing out of doing this. Save your money. That's right. Save your strength. You know what I'm saying? It's in time of doing this, you get to that point. So all those men they dwelt alone. Enoch was in caves. He wasn't with his family no more. He can't be around it. He got to a certain point. Look, I can't be around nobody else. Y'all ain't at the level where I'm at. Ain't that what he used to say? That's right. He used to tell us, yo, y'all gonna be good. You have to say at the level I'm at. So certain things he should be easy with. You ain't at that level yet. That's right. And he was right. Sometimes you think you're ready. Your father say, hey man, hold on, ready. But your mother say, hold on, be ready. Take that advice, man. Your heart is ready. It's the spirit not.
Oh, I'm a young man. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a young man.
Spirit ain't ready. You strong. You ready because you feel strong. Right? But that's not your spirit. That's not your spirit you feel. That's your muscles. Yeah. That's this. Yeah. I'm ready to go. But when it comes to fortitude, spiritual fortitude, how strong are you? All right. Because you can have a man who got muscles on top of his neck, muscles in his teeth. That's right. Right? But he falls. Right. Easy. Easy, yeah. So it ain't about that. That's why he told David, he said, man, he told the prophet, it ain't his outer appearance. Don't look at his outer appearance, because that's not how I pick and choose men. That's what he said. He said, I look in the inside heart. He said, it's not him. It was looking for a king. Right. And he picked David. But nobody knew it was David that was picked. Right. So God didn't even tell the prophet yet. Right. But he knew it's one of your sons. Right. So look, coming to your house now. You're going to eat with me. I want all your sons there. Yeah. But everybody's like, okay, he's the youngest. He ain't ready for nothing. He's not ready yet. He's not ready for nothing yet. Little do you know that little boy don't got a body off a bear. His first body was a bear, not a human being. His first body was a bear. His second one was a lion. That's when he backed down. Have you ever been in front of a full-grown lion? You ever been to the zoo? You ever seen a lion roar? I mean, yawn. Get roar. It be yawn. You feel the vibration of sound coming from that big mouth. David smacked him, and he ran. So we had dominion over those things. Okay? That's why when he went in front of the king, he said, what this little boy? He's a stripling. He's a little rude, man. He ain't even built for war yet. He ain't even, you could say he ain't trained. He said, yo, man, thy servant, watch his father's sheep.
I'm dangerous, man.
Listen to what the boy is saying. This is why he's dangerous. So what he was doing?
He was caring for the sheep.
Whose sheep?
His father's sheep.
These are the things that make you mighty. Strength and spirit. Strength and spirit. He said, thy servant. He didn't say I. See, when you speaking to people with authority over you, you don't call them you. You don't refer to yourself as I in front of them too. Thy servant. He said, thy servant.
And the woman said, thy handmaid. She can also say thy servant. You know what I'm saying? When you speak to God, to your mother and father, they never use you. They use thou. Thee. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. That's a dialect now of mannerism. With certain words get you over. They said, well, no, man, go with this guy. Look, just because this guy, everybody else got a smart mouth. This guy don't have a smart mouth, he'll get over. The police will let him go. Yeah, see the example I use, right? Much more with God. That's how he do it. So Jeremiah, look, man, you're not going to slavery with these people in Babylon for 70 years. He didn't say God told me to let you go. But because of who he was, everybody said, oh, wait a minute, that's Jeremiah. You was the one that was prophesying about us running it. And we're running it. We ain't got no problem with you. Let this guy go.
Jeremiah, do what you want, man. You cool.
You could come with us and live good. You ain't gonna be with them. Or you can go back where you want, man. You can go anywhere you want. Which one? You gonna go back? Okay, go back, man. God be with me. Your God be with you. That's why you let him go. God did not come to them and say, let my servant. Jeremiah got snatched up with them. And when they look and say, hey, that's the prophet Jeremiah. He's famous, man. And he prophesied in our favor. That's how they looked at him. They let that guy go. Arrest him off to Babylon. They were marched into Babylon over 600 miles. Over 600 miles. Going upward the whole time. Mountain range. Going through snow, desert, swamp, forest. Okay? Forget slave shit. It was marched. Mad people died on the way. Take your rope, drag it off. Some of them was naked, chained up. And they took Jeremiah off of that. Why? Because he served God. The reason why they going in, because they turned on God. Right? And it came to pass, verse 2, in the evening tide, that David arose from off his bed and walked upon the roof of the king's house. You know, evening time, David got up off his bed and went on the roof of his house. And from the roof, you can see everything. Yeah. That's why you got curtains. So people be on the roof looking in your house. Peeping Toms. People all in your business. People like to see the inside of people's business. But you up on the roof now, you the palace. You got towers. So you looking, and from the roof, he saw a woman washing herself.
And the woman was very beautiful to look upon.
She was beautiful to look upon. Where you go? One day, man, I ain't hear about no ugly woman yet. Every woman I read about here said, I don't care who she was, she looked good. The countenance was fair. She's so good, baby, you my sister. Because if not, they're going to kill me and take you. That's how good you look. That's how fine you are. You're my sister, all right?
You're my sister.
Don't do that, man.
Give me a thank you.
Okay? It's a new one on the block. I've never seen her before. Pretty as bad, she fine. She sticks out. Yeah. She don't have to say nothing.
She stands out.
And then if her mannerism is comely, oh man. She's fine and quiet and comely and calm and poised. Oh man. Everybody want that.
That is a butter bean.
Everybody want that. You don't want a project woman. I don't want a project girl. I don't want a round away girl.
I want a bougie.
Okay? I don't want that. I don't want no pop. I don't want the girl to go to Summer Jam. Listen to Cardi B all the time. And what's the other one? Suki Hana. Yeah. Listen, crazy chicks, man. You crazy. Same like the dudes. The dudes listen to crazy music. They crazy. The woman is listening to the woman because the woman is making a lot of crazy music too. And you listen to this, man, and you expect for me to be like the guy she talking about in there.
I don't know what y'all saw.
Something's gonna pop off wrong for you, man. Leave that stuff alone. It's all devilism. Look what they talking about, man. Nothing nice that you're going to teach a kid. You say, hey, turn that on. I don't want you listening to it. You listen to it. And when you listen to it, you listen to it. You think you don't hear it? You're crazy. This is brainwashing. You might as well brainwash yourself with this. Let the man say, this is brainwash. Everything is a brainwash. Yeah. God made your brain. Something has to be in it for you to move. Everything is a brainwash.
Movies.
Everything.
Everything is a brainwash.
You just not feeling the effects because you like it.
Social media.
You're in it. Social media.
That's the #1 brainwash.
It's people's life.
Yeah.
It's people's lives. And they governed by lives by how people look at you on that.
Yeah.
They tell you who's good, who's bad. They tell you, oh man, that's okay. That's the new Bible.
Yeah.
Tell she.
And David sent and inquired after the woman. And one said, is not this Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite?
So David said, inquired. That's what men do. Yo, who that? Right or wrong? You want to know who that is. Yo, who? She got a man? Yeah, some guys go up to the man. You walking with her and say, yo, man, that's your girl? That's crazy. And you want to get knocked out. Yeah, she ain't my sister. You see how I'm walking with her? You know it ain't my sister. It ain't my mother. Why you asking me that? You want to get hurt? That's how dudes are, man. So he asked, and they said, that's Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite. He said, it's not that. He said, ain't that Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah? Yeah, that's her. She got a husband. She's married. Tell she.
And David sent messengers and took her. She came into him and he lay with her.
He sent messages and said, pull up, link up, sneaky link. Y'all know what that means.
Yeah.
Pull up on me. Don't let them know. Nobody know. Well, married woman, be outside. I know she married. Her husband upstairs.
She's at the wall.
She coming out of dude car. Switch up in the alley. Switch her clothes up in the alley. Then go upstairs. Yeah, this is true stuff.
Right. 21st.
Yeah. Yeah. So he said, she went, he took her, she came, she went to him, and he lay with her. They had sex. This is adultery. You're not supposed to have sex with a woman that is married.
Yeah.
And she ain't supposed to have sex with nobody but her man. Okay?
Right.
She?
For she had purified herself from her uncleanness. And then she returned to her house.
That means they don't have sex on their period. Men don't go up in women when she's on her period.
Okay.
And women don't want men to go up in them when they on their period.
You hear it? You hear it?
This is another common thing that I've been hearing about a lot now lately. People say, yeah, but I told him I was on my period. And he said, come here, I don't care. A lot of guys don't care. You want it that bad? It's that important to you? Wow. She'll pull the tampon out or the pads because they could wear tampons. And they don't even know that that's very unhealthy also.
Invest in yourself.
Because you keeping it up. That blood has to come out.
Let it flow.
You're keeping it in so you can go to the pool. You keep it in, listen, you keep it in so you can go to the pool. You keep it in so you can go to the club. Watch what you winding up on in the club.
Nothing but pretty dummies.
You keep it in so he won't know. He won't know. Because I know this guy here, he ain't good. And then that's why you can't have one night stands. That's why you can't be promiscuous. That's why you can't be a whoremonger. That's why you can't be a whore.
Talk about it.
Then you're getting unclean.
Talk about it.
You don't know where she's from.
Talk about it.
In this day and time, make sure she was born a woman.
Talk about it.
Oh, y'all laughing, all right?
Talk
You don't know
about
how
it.
close it is to you. You don't know how close these things are to you.
Talk about it.
It's right here on this block. It's in this neighborhood.
It's
Across the street. You're just not paying attention. And you don't listen when people talk. Read between the lines.
Yeah.
They're not going to come out and say it. That's what's going on now. And that's what you got to guard your kids away from. This is going to catch. That lifestyle is designed to have your children. So you got your mind set on other things. and this and that. And before the time is up, you dead, they're going in. This is done. Muhammad said this is dying out. It's not as much people as it was before. In robes, in turbans, and in long dresses. That's what I'm talking about.
He said it stops here.
He said, I don't see that no more. That's why he enforced it here. Keep the old ways.
That's right.
All that new stuff, man. Don't change y'all, man.
Right.
Don't y'all notice that? You got the Old Testament, New Testament. The New Testament is what's jamming the world.
That's right.
Oh, well, look, man, we got a new way of doing it. Jam! Once somebody comes in here, we got a new way of doing it. Back then, they kill you. They kill you back then. Oh, man, you talking about killing and this, that, and the third. And I understand, and I'm sorry. I apologize. But I speak with an ancient mindset and an ancient tongue. And these are ancient laws. I'm not with your modern ways.
Right.
Your modern ways is about accepting wickedness and tolerating perverseness and crookedness.
That's right.
I'm not with it, man.
I ain't with it either.
I'm not with it. And these are the things, that type of action, the violence, that's what keep you straight.
Yeah.
Because we're wicked.
Yeah.
We ain't got it in us to be 100% righteous without God and his laws.
Right.
You need this.
That's right.
You have to get mad at yourself to make your mind up.
That's right.
I can't explain that once you
That's
take
the
it out
fight.
now.
That's the fight.
When you get mad for this is when you're going to get it.
That's right. Stop yourself from hurting yourself.
When you get mad at yourself, when you correct yourself for this is when you're going to start to get it.
Right.
And the woman conceived and sent and told Dawid,
She got pregnant.
I am with child.
She got a husband. She went outside of that. She got pregnant. Yo. She didn't have to go. I heard one dude say, yo, whatever, that was the king. She's exempt.
King of the war, sir.
She is exempt.
That's right.
He sent for her.
That's right.
She should not have went. When she say, yo, once she's seen what the intent is, she still went along with it. It had that seed. So what now? What now?
Dawid sent and told Joab and said, send me Uriah the Hittite. Joab sent Uriah the Hittite. And when Uriah was come to him, Dawid asked how Joab did, how the people did, and how the war prospered.
So he called her husband up, pulled him up, regular told, yo, man, how's the war going? How's Joab doing? Because Uriah, husband, was a soldier. He was part of it. He was under Joab. He was out there with Joab.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're right.
All right? They war together. Tell you. They war, what you call war buddies. Tell you.
And Dawid said to Uriah, go down to thy house and wash thy feet. And Uriah departed out of the king's house. And there followed him a portion of food from the king.
So he said, yo, man, take a leave of absence. What they call that?
Yeah.
When you
Honorary discharge.
no, when you're in the army, and let you go home for a while.
Leave.
Leave. He's on leave, right?
Leave, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to report in for another 2 weeks. You want to leave. Go home. Go wash your feet. Speak dirty. They wear sandals. They out there warring. Ain't nothing to wash out there. You go home, freshen yourself up, wash your feet. He said when he left, he sent out a mess of meat. When you read the word meat, referring to food, it's fruits, vegetables. It's not what you call meat. What you call meat in here is flesh. All right? Basar, that's flesh. Now, a mess is food. Like the mess hall. Mess hall is where everybody go and eat. All right? So he hit them off with a lot of food. This is not a usual thing. You don't do this for every soldier just like that. All right? Uriah didn't do nothing outstanding. You understand what I'm saying? He just, I know I did something wrong, man. It's guilt. This guilt was making me call you up and kick it with you, knowing I got your wife pregnant. She's home right now with my seed in her. And I'm wrong for that. Now I pull you up and I start hitting you off. You see yourself, these people. You know you're wrong about something. You're going to do other things to make yourself feel good and to cover that. All of a sudden now he called Uriah up. So now when he leave, he set him down there. Yeah, man, you be good, take all this food with you. But Uriah didn't go home, tell she.
But Uriah slept at the door of the king's house with all the servants of his lord, and went not down to his house.
He's a different type of warrior. He didn't go home. David told him go home, rest up, eat, chill. He said, he's not that type of guy. And action going on.
That's right.
I want some action, man. A man stuff pop off. I can't go home right now. Joab, my bro is up in there. I'm gonna sleep right here at the door. All right, I ain't going home. I ain't going to say I go home. I'm gonna rest. I'm gonna sleep. I gotta be outside. I get this action. He said, tell she.
And when they had told David, saying, Uriah went not down to his house, David said to Uriah, didst thou not come from a journey? Why then didst thou not go down to thy house?
So then he told David, he said, yo, man, he's sleeping right outside your door. He never left the house.
Right.
He's right. When you leave your house, he's going to be right there at the door.
Right.
So he said, yo, man, why you ain't going home? See, the thing is for him to go home, rest up, have sex with his wife.
That's right.
To cover up
That's
the
a
fact
jacket.
that she's already pregnant.
Put that
So
jacket on
it would look like it's his child.
That's right. Put that jacket on him.
What is it?
It ain't working.
What they said?
Jacket.
Put that jacket on me.
Yeah. It ain't working.
And yo, you know, the reason why a lot of men invent a lot of things because the wickedness of man is not correct. Man and woman, they're not correct. So now you got DNA tests.
Right.
This guy said it ain't his kid, man. She's saying it is. We don't know who to believe. It can look like you, but it don't have to be yours. So now, today, take that saliva. Hell yeah.
DNA.
Maury made a lot of money off that DNA test. And you had some men that say, hey, I don't care if it's mine. Still not taking care of it. You say, wow. That's something personal with the woman.
Yeah.
Baby ain't did nothing to him. And see, that's what happens when you're having children out of wedlock. When children in your promiscuity in autumn.
Right.
You're not married and you're having children. Those children are bastards. Incest, adultery.
Bastards.
Okay? You have a child by adultery. That child is a bastard.
That's right.
And that child will never come this way.
That's right.
God kicks them out. He has no room for bastards. A bastard, nah, man.
The world is full of bastards.
The world is full of,
full
of bastards.
It's full of bastards. They ain't going nowhere.
Most people,
They're going nowhere.
they have sex and have kids and they're not married. That's the number one.
Yeah,
That's the whole world. That's number one. Let's be really honest. There's a lot of baby mamas and baby daddies around here. Nobody got a divorce. Nobody had a marriage. So those children were born out of wedlock. Okay? And that makes them a bastard. Now this child was born out of incest. Incest is family members, close of kin, having sex with each other and having a child. Okay?
Mother and son.
That child is a
Father
bastard.
and daughter.
Okay? Then you have rape. A child that was born out of rape. That child is also a bastard. Okay? The bastard is not, my father been in jail. My father been in jail since I was 6 years old. I'm a bastard. No, you're not. Or you don't know where your father at. He allowed you. That does not make you a bastard.
That makes you fatherless.
Your father could be dead, but he was married to your mother when they had you. You're not a bastard.
Right.
Okay? That's what makes a bastard. This book tells you the definition of what words really mean. All right? Come sheet.
And David said to Uriah, go down to thy house and wash thy feet. And Uriah departed out of the king's house, and there followed him and washed. There followed him a mess of meat from the king. But Uriah slept at the door of the king's house with all the servants of his lords, and went not down to his house. And when they had told David, saying, Uriah went not down unto his house, David said unto Uriah, camest thou not from thy journey? Why then didst thou not go down unto thine house?
Yeah, because most of the time you get off work, you've been out in the street, you go hustling and busting, you're on your feet all day. When you come in, you ain't going to hang out.
No.
Most men,
Go home.
I got a good woman, I got a woman, I'm going home.
Take it easy.
Well, I got a woman, I'm going home.
I can't wait to get home.
Listen to me. Let's not get this misconstrued. I may run the house, but I can't wait to get home to her.
I can't wait to get home.
I love her. That's who I'm following God with. That's who I'm having my children with. That's my red. That's my thing. That's my baby girl. I want to hurry up and go home to her. I don't want you. Get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
All you want to do is get a piece of me and run it all over the place.
That's right.
That's all you want.
That's right.
You ain't worth me marrying you again or even having a kid. Get out of here.
Right.
You ain't on her level, my woman's level. Yeah. That's how you got to deal with your woman, man.
Facts.
Stop being a whoremonger.
Going home to my woman.
Stop making babies, man, with other women. Make it with her.
That's right.
Make them with her.
So I'm saying, why art thou satisfied in the bosom of a stranger?
Of a strange
Yeah.
woman.
Yeah.
A foreign woman.
Yeah.
The foreign woman is the woman you
strange
don't
foreign
know.
woman alone. Go back home to your wife.
Can you eat from her? No. Why are you kissing on her?
No.
Why are you in bed with
She
her?
just finished eating some bacon.
But right
Now
now,
you got
and when
bacon
you kiss her,
between
you
your
got
teeth.
bacon fat all up in your mouth. Remember that? You got bacon bits all in your mouth. Yeah. She's the daughter of a strange
That's
God,
right.
man.
Go home to your wife.
Go home to your woman, man. Go home to your wife, man. Stop playing around. I read in one book, man, he said, I ain't had been with a woman until I was 40.
Yeah, that's what Jacob.
And I haven't been with no other woman since her. And we still married.
That's heavy.
He said, I haven't been with
That's
no other
heavy.
woman.
Super.
That's the only woman I've been with.
You know how high that is held in the eyes of God?
Super.
Oh,
He said, that's the only woman I ever been with,
You
man.
ain't got no body count. No kills. No kills.
You see how wickedness is made martyrdom
right.
good? It's good to have kills.
That's right.
No, it's not, man. I had to break myself out of that.
That's right.
That's why I can talk like that.
That's right.
You ain't gonna talk like this until you out of it.
That's right.
So, and you speak by experience. Because it say wine and woman take away what? Huh?
Take away the heart.
Take away who heart?
The heart of man.
What heart? What kind of heart? The godly heart.
That's right.
The heart that I have to live, that start to dwindle. It makes you want to do other things now. It makes you not want to take care of your business with God.
That's right.
Yeah. Stay focused, man. Stay focused.
That's right.
Woman, you wasn't made for woman to be your downfall. That's what one man told me. Yeah, see what happened to Samson, right? He told a woman something he didn't even tell his mother and father.
Right.
God told him to keep it a secret. He didn't even tell his mother and father, but he told this foreign woman. All of this is because God had beef with them. So this is why Samson wanted those women. That's right. On the regular, he ain't going down to the valley of Sorek and get no Delilah. His father said, yo, hold up, man. You got many women of daughters of your own tribe and your own people. Why you want to keep messing with them?
That was from God.
But we understand. See, we have a little narrative that says, but this was of the Lord. This controversy was of God. And he was born to be God's personal beef with these. That's why it was always I'm gonna go up in their town and I'm gonna take their woman. They don't like that. I'm gonna take their gates off. I'm gonna burn up their stuff. Man, this guy come in our town and we supposed to be over there, people. And like we can't even find him, arrest him. We can't. So little man, this is a secret to this guy's strength. Because ain't nobody in the world is like this. He ain't Hercules. Hercules never existed. It's a myth.
It's a Greek god.
Hercules, the Incredible Hulk. They're all the same. They were patterned after Samson.
That's right.
Yeah, y'all, I'm telling you. Even in the comic books, you go to the origin of some of these superheroes. Man, wait a minute, man. David did that. Solomon did this. This guy did. Moses did that.
That's right.
But he didn't have to do no abominable thing. He didn't need a jewel, and he didn't need the jewel of Sitarak. Put it around you, and we don't mess with none of that stuff, man.
That's right.
Amulets and charms and trinkets. They didn't do that, man.
Good luck.
They said this thing here is holy because we use this to worship God. But that's it. It doesn't have a special power. Okay? It's holy. But if you go and you touch it, you die.
Right.
Because it's holy. But it's not going to make you extra strong. It's not going to turn you into something else and you say today. That don't happen. That's Greek mythology. Some shit.
And you're right, sir.
And we unto Dawid, the ark, Israel, and the house of Elohim, dwell in booths. And my Lord,
They out there intense, man. The ark is intense right now. Everything intense. I'm not feel right going home, and it's live action going on with my people, man. This is going on, and I'm good. Look at it. Oh, he son, he chilling. But all of this going on, wait, tell him come upstairs. You know what's going on, man. We trying to put our heads together and get to the, we out here, but what you doing over there chilling? Like, yo, man, why you down there sleeping in the ship? Jonah, why you down there in the ship sleeping? And all this commotion going on. He said, get up here and call on your God. It may be one of them might save us. Ain't that something? That's what he said. Then he said, man, who are you? Who are you, brother? He said, man, I'm a servant, the creator, heaven and earth, sea and dry land. And so you're the reason why we in this mess. So at that moment, I know that my God that I worship was no God. He knew it and he knew it and he knew it. That's why he said, but this guy, pray on your God, maybe that one of our gods can do something. Why not all of them, since they're God? Why not all of them came up?
Nobody attributed the title to their God. They just say, I serve this image. He's the only one that say, I serve the creator.
Those same gods are men, like the men who served them.
That's right. That's right.
Because we are gods.
That's right.
Little cheat. He said, ye are gods, men. He said that to the men.
That's right. Yeah, God's up there.
He never said goddess. Y'all don't know where God is coming from, man. God has come from whom worship. And you know who's behind whom worship? The devil in his female form. Y'all didn't know, right? He got breasts. And they're pierced. There is a female form. A lot of deities have a male form and a female form. What do you think ALAH is? A woman. Most of the 360 gods, most of them were females that gave birth to other gods. And they all made them men and their mother. Those were called the gods of Islam. And it was 360 of them. A god for each day of the year. Because they had 360 days in their calendar. Everybody got a different calendar. Okay? And that's where they said, you know what? Modernization. Changing from the ancient to the modern. We're going to disguise this. You ain't going to know If you think you praying to God, but you praying to all types of made up stuff that man made. It's all put into one, and it's a female. Real Muslims the men, they sit down when they urinate.
Like women.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
That's their rule.
Yeah, let's do it.
They pattern themselves after the woman who is their God.
That's right.
And they can't have pet dogs.
They cut their sideburns.
Right here.
See here?
What about here?
That's why we don't cut our sideburns. The curl, the lock, the side, that's what we call sideburns. We don't cut this. When you cut this, you're in honor of the sun god,
That's
the
right.
moon god, the dog and cat god. Yeah, brother. Oh yeah. In Egypt, the woman will cut their eyebrows,
Right.
and the men will cut their
Society.
sideburns in honor of the dead. And dogs and cats and jackals, because these are the animals that stand up at the door of death. When you die, your spirit comes through this door, and you gotta answer to them, not the Most High God. You answer to a dog or a cat.
Cow.
No, man. Yeah. And then he lets you in. That's their myth. That's what they say happens when they leave here. And if you look at Egyptian stuff again one more time, you're gonna see a dog set up like this. It's a jackal, really. What we used to call Satan back in the day, it's a jackal. Because he also comes as a jackal.
That's
A
right.
jackal is a deceitful animal also. And Slewfoot. Slewfoot becomes because he got what? He got cloven foot, like a deer, like a goat. That's why he called a goat. Why everybody that want to be the best call themselves a goat? Because you're under the banner of the goat of Mendel, which is
All
Satan
right. Yeah.
himself.
The coat of men there. Yeah.
This all connects with each other. It all connects. Township.
And my Lord, Joab and the servants of my Lord are encamped in the open fields. Shall I then go into my house to eat and to drink and
To lie with my wife? I got it. He said, as thou livest, as thy soul liveth, I will not do this thing. He said, I don't feel right going home, laying up with my wife and all my brothers. Joab, my main man is out there risking his life. I may not see him again. I got to be out there, live or die with him.
Right.
Those are honorable warrior men, man. She said, man, I'm not going to do that, King. I'm not going to go home. That's an honorable dude, man. He said, and David said to Uriah, tarry here today also. He said, all right, stay here with me. He said, but tomorrow we'll go home, though.
Yeah.
He wanted him to go home.
Yeah.
He said, so Uriah abode in Jerusalem that day and tomorrow. And when David had called him, he did eat and drink before him, and he made him drunk. He said, I'm going to get him nice and saucy and drunk.
So go home. Yeah.
Man likes to be drunk with a woman.
Yeah.
Not good to get drunk and go out in that street, man. And women don't get drunk and go out in that street. Women don't drink, period, out there. Not the daughters of Zion. They don't sit outside and drink.
All right.
It's dangerous when men do it. Yeah. Why you think women are so aggressive? And you see more women fighting on social media than men. They're aggressive like crazy. Because they're doing the things that men do. And it's going to have a reverse effect on your anatomy.
Yeah.
Same thing with a man. You start doing the things that women do, it's going to have an effect on your anatomy and on your brain.
Yeah.
I'll make it clear again. I hear this question a lot. I heard this question from Israelites, heathens. They say about homosexuality. We already know man and man no good. Woman and woman is no good either.
That's right.
That's right. Quadesha, Quadesha.
That's right. A death penalty.
Okay? You got the male form and you got the female form.
It's a death penalty.
And it's a death penalty for both sides.
Yeah. God, God said, kill
So
them.
don't get caught up in the video, you see two women kissing.
Yeah.
That's just it. Look at it the same as two men kissing. Okay?
Boys,
It's the same thing for women. Women are not exempt.
That's right.
I know that, but what about the woman? They ain't gonna, yeah. Whatever they say in this book, keep it that way.
That's right.
Keep it that way. Certain things are just for the men. Some things is for both.
Yeah.
Especially when you stepping in the man's realm, you get what men get. We get hard stuff from God. We get harsh penalties. Just being a man get it quicker.
That's right.
Just being man. Remember what God set off in the garden.
That's right.
It's our fault, regardless of what.
That's right.
Okay?
Yeah, God blame Adam.
Blame Adam.
Right.
God blame Adam for that.
God blame the man.
That's right.
Blame the man.
You don't blame the woman for nothing.
Nah. So
You
the
learn
man
it,
gotta
bro.
run it, man. You
That's
have
right,
to run
brother.
it. That's why we
That's
gotta make
right.
sure nothing like this happens in my house.
Right.
Because it's gonna bring what? Curses.
Right.
On you.
On who?
Yeah.
I might as well be by myself, man.
That's right.
I'm
That's right.
I ain't gotta go upside my head to do this. I ain't gotta be, hey, come on, man. I ain't gotta supervise myself to do this. It's easier. So don't let this thing is supposed to be a good thing. If everybody play their part.
Right.
Everybody has a position. You can't change your position. God already made it. The best thing to do is get in your position, go all the way with it, man. Tom shoot.
And when David had called him, he did eat and drink before him, and he made him drunk. And that evening he went out to lie on his bed with the servants of his Lord, but went not down to his house.
Still didn't go to his house.
Right. And it came to pass in the morning that David wrote a letter to Joab and sent it by the hand of Uriah.
Mhm.
And he opened the letter saying,
He said, I got you. Sent Uriah in the forefront of the hottest battle. He said, look, man, this guy not going home. And I got,
playing games.
you know, the wars last, some wars last for years. You don't see your husband for years. She gonna be showing by then. She gonna have to be by then. So you're not going home. He gonna set him up there.
Let me set him up now. Let's get him.
Tom shit.
And he wrote a letter saying, set Uriah in the forefront of the hottest battle.
Put him in the hottest part of the war
Withdraw from him so that he
and
may
back
not
up off
die.
him.
And leave that alone.
You know,
Ooh, man, he could-
that's the worst way to betray somebody.
Right.
At war.
Look
Shoot
around,
out.
you look around, you ain't got no soldiers.
Man, right there, shoot. He going there. He hitting everything. I look at you look at me, and the rest of us just back up. We back up and leave him there. And the enemy see that, they gonna say, yo, get him. They gonna swarm on him.
Yeah.
That was the order that David said. Tom shit.
And it came to pass when Joab besieged the city that he assigned Uriah to a place where he knew that fighting men were. In the middle of that city went out and fought with Joab. And some
He
of the
said,
people.
and when Joab observed the city, checked the city out, and he seen the hottest part of the battle. He said, with the valiant men, the fighting men, valiant men. The word in the Hebrew for valiant men, it means men who are not afraid. The only one they're afraid of is God. That's what makes them valiant.
They're not swinging that sword.
That's a warrior and a soldier and a valiant men. You're not scared of only but one, and that is God. And that's the type of men that David had with him. So he said, you put him there where all the fearless dudes is at, man. The heat of the battle, the nicest dudes is over here in the left flank. Tom sheet.
And the men of the city went out and fought with Joab. And some of the people of the service of David fell. And Uriah the Hittite died also.
Yeah, some of the servants of David fell. Some of the men fell.
Yeah.
It's a heated battle, man.
Yeah.
And Ammonites ain't no easy people to beat. Right? They're not no easy people to beat. God had to tell the Israelites, don't be afraid of them. It was a different type of Canaanites.
And they looked rough too.
They were tall as cedar trees. And they were born to go to war from birth. They drink blood. They give their children blood to drink. Okay? They were taught to eat their enemies after they kill them.
With lion skin on their back and stuff like that.
Okay, now. They hunt lions for sport. So these type of people you need God with.
That's right.
If I've been killing all my life, you ain't heard a fly yet. You can't stand with me unless God with you.
That's right. Right.
Other than that, I'm gonna destroy you.
That's right.
If God was look, man, I'm gonna destroy you. Okay?
Then Joab sent and told David all the things concerning the war, and charged the messenger, saying, "Well, thou hast made an end of telling the matters of the war to the king. And if it be so that the king's anger be roused, and he say to thee, Why didst you approach so near to the city when you did fight? Knew you not that they would shoot from the wall? Who spoke of Abimelech, son of Jerubbesheth? Did not a woman cast an upper millstone upon him from the wall?"
He know what this. He is speaking history.
Yeah.
Something that happened a couple of 100 years before he was born. All right. This was something that was kept and passed down. He said, "Why did you go so near to the wall? You know they're going to drop stuff on you. They're going to shoot you down. They take tar and boil it and have it in big giant barrels. And they bring it to the edge of the wall. And you get too near, tar. You see what's in the street?
A little bit splash.
You see what they make the street out of and what be on the roof?
That's right.
That's tar.
Yeah.
And here is called pitch.
Yeah.
Or bitumen. The original word is called bitumen because it's hot. You find it where you go to find tar, they don't find it hard like you see it now. It's hot,
Like
boiling
liquid.
hot.
Like liquid.
It's like thick oil.
Yeah.
It's like a real thick oil.
It's hot to burn you up, man.
Yeah, man. And it's flammable. So they would, while they pour it on you before it empty, they torch it. A lot of fire come down. It's like napalm. So he said, "Man, why you didn't drop big boulders on top of you? Like Abimelech." He said, "Remember what happened to Abimelech?
Yeah.
He got too close to the wall, to the tower, and a woman got him. Woman dropped a millstone. She was a very strong woman. She wasn't no bodybuilder, but these people were naturally strong.
Right.
A millstone is as big as the audience in this room right now. And then you got the bottom part, and you got the top part, the upper and the nether. And you pick that up, and you put something in there to keep it up. You take your wheat that you just got. It has to be grinded because it's in its hole. You understand what I'm saying? That's what you use it for, your barley. You take that stuff, and you take it, boom, and then you grab the spokes coming outside. That's the wheel that Samson had to push.
That's right.
A big, giant millstone. Has anybody seen Conan the Barbarian?
Yeah.
You remember when they had him there pushing?
Yeah.
And after a while, everybody died off, and he was the only one still there pushing? That was a millstone. Very big one. And she took it and dropped it on him. And and speed and velocity and weight, it becomes heavier than what it is when it's dropped. You drop a penny from the Empire State Building, it's like putting a bullet in your head. And the man still was living. His head was cracked, his skull cracked. And he said, "Yo, man," he still had his wits and everything, man.
Kill me, man.
He said, "Yo, man,
Kill
put the hit on me." So what?
So they won't say I died by the hand of a woman.
It was just not a thing of a man.
Like you said,
died by the hand of a woman.
Say that dishonor.
Man, listen.
Say that dishonor to die by the hand of a woman.
It's a dishonor.
Yeah,
It's an honor if you hit me up. I died in war with men. You don't go to war with women. Woman wasn't put in the army.
No. No. Shut that down.
Yo, there's only one time God told Deborah,
Yeah.
but she didn't actually go to war. The only reason why she was present, because the man said, he said, "Man, I'm not going nowhere without you. You got to be there, because God's speaking to you. He ain't speaking to none of the men, because now he ain't got no men around." So he spoke to her, and she stayed in her place. Still. She didn't go all over Israel, corrected. And up in King said, she wasn't going to do with Jeremiah. She was there to help deliver the people. And it had judges. She had a husband that she still had to honor and respect. But there were times when God called her and told her, "Yo, man, go to this guy, say it." She go say it, and that's it. Tell she.
Why did you go so near the wall? Then say thou, thy servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also. So the messenger went and came and told David all that Joab had sent him for. And the messenger said to David, "Indeed, the men prevailed against us and came out unto us into the field. And we were engaged with them right up to the entrance of the gate. The shooters shot from the wall upon thy servant."
The shooters They don't have 45 calibers. The shooters always was shooters. You think y'all doing something new out there? All y'all say, oh, it's nothing new under the sun, man. Nothing new. Nothing new. You got the point man, you got the shooters, you got snipers, and they nice with it. So he said, yo, the battle is hot now, type shit.
And the shooters shot from the wall upon thy servants, and some of the servants, the king's servants, are dead, and thy servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also. Then David said to the messenger, thus shall I say to Joab, let not this thing displease thee, for the sword devours one as well as another. Make thy battle strong, more strong against the city, and overthrow it, and encourage thou him. And when the wife of Uriah heard that Uriah, her husband, was dead, she mourned for her husband. When the morning was past,
She mourned for her husband.
Yeah.
And when the morning was past,
David sent and fetched her.
he sent for her, and she went in. But check this out. Watch your mouth. You can't say nothing bad.
That's the point.
These are examples to be made.
No way on that man's level.
Okay? Watch your mouth.
Got some abs, some nerve.
Watch your mouth.
We all remember that.
Right? It said this thing displeased God. Certain men are in the bracket to where God deal with them. You, me, we can't tell them nothing.
It's not enough.
You hear that, y'all? Certain men on the bracket with God over us.
It's frank.
You can't correct them.
That's right.
I don't care who he is. You can't correct the king. You can't correct your father.
All right.
You can't correct your husband.
You can't correct your mother.
You can't correct your king. You can't correct your father. You can't correct your husband.
Your
You
mother.
can't correct your mother. You can't correct your teacher. Student. These are the people you can't correct. Yo, but you said, listen, man. Stick to what I taught you. And learn.
Mhm.
Stick to that. Okay? Because in the next chapter, look at what God did, right? He erased all of that. You ain't do nothing wrong. It didn't happen. I wiped it out of existence. The only reason why we know about it is because it was written down for us to see and know.
That's right.
Okay? But in the annals, in the archives of God, he didn't sin.
That's right.
That's right.
He didn't murder that man.
That's right.
He didn't commit no adultery. You know why? God said, you got a heart like me
Right.
so much, and you so much mercy. You don't save a lot of dudes supposed to be dead. Guess what? I'm gonna let that one rock for you. You ain't gonna die. You're supposed to die, but you ain't gonna die. Just an example, man. Get to that level. Shalom Aleichem. Remember the rest of the day, the Shabbat day. Watch your words and your conversation.
That's right.
Keep it on God and his commandments. No debates, no arguments.
That's right.
Because that's where it come from not keeping it on the Shabbat and the laws. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom.